Good morning, Mr. Lee. Are you able to hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Judge. Are we on the record?
Yeah, I was just about to check with you. Are you set to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go on the record. Good morning, everybody. It is 9 o'clock on March 20th, 2024, which is the scheduled start for today's hearing. We are here for a hearing in case number 23-00353 UT in the matter of Public Service Company of New Mexico's application for approval of purchase power agreements, energy storage agreements, and certificates of public convenience and necessity for system resources in 2026, PNM applicant. My name is Hans Muller. I will be the hearing examiner to preside over today's hearing. Let's go ahead and start with appearances. PNM.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner, colleagues, and Mr. Lee. Rick Alvidres and Christopher Atencio on behalf of the applicant, Public Service Company of New Mexico.
Good morning. PNM area.
Good morning, Kelly Gould on behalf of New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, also known as NM area.
Good morning, Ms. Gould. ABCWUA.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Apologies for my tardiness. I was trying to locate the Zoom invite. Keith Herman on behalf of the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority, and also present with me is my co-counsel, Dal Harris.
Good morning. NMB-CTC.
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephen Curtis of Utzon Valdez on behalf of the New Mexico Building and Trades Council.
Good morning. WRA.
Good morning, Sydney Beatles for Western Resource Advocates.
Good morning. And I'll give Brad just a second because I just admitted him. And appearing on behalf of staff, Mr. Borman.
Good morning. I apologize for being a few minutes late. Brad Borman appearing on behalf of Utility Division staff.
Okay. And did I miss anybody?
Your Honor, Joseph Yar on behalf of Onward Holdings, LLC.
Oh yeah, but there you are, right in the middle of my listing. Skip right over you. Sorry about that.
No worries.
There is one official transcript of this proceeding today. That is the transcript produced by our court reporter. He will supply that transcript to the commission and it will be maintained on eDocket. It is the only official transcript. No party is authorized to record this proceeding. The court reporter will also collect exhibits from the parties and transmit them to the commission as the official record of exhibits admitted during this hearing. I gave you directions about exchanging exhibits utilizing Dropbox. It looks like the parties were all able to do so. PNM entered exhibits 1 through 16. NM area entered exhibits 1 through 3. And staff entered exhibits 1 through 4. Did any party have any challenges with Dropbox?
I had a minor challenge, but I got through it, so.
Excellent. All right.
Thank you, Shauna, for breakfast.
Where's my breakfast?
Sorry, Your Honor. I didn't know I was on mute.
Speaking of which, we'll go for an hour and a half today and take a 10-minute break. Lunch from noon to 1. We will wrap up today at 5 o'clock, though it'll probably be before 5 today. To the extent that this in any way interferes with completing work, we will have another day of hearing. This is principally for our court reporters so that he has time to rest during the day. As I indicated at the pre-hearing with the scheduling of witnesses, we have 2 days, and today will likely be lighter. So if we complete the scheduled witnesses early today, we will adjourn for the day and not move on to witnesses that I scheduled for tomorrow. Mr. Lee, of course, you can interject at any time and direct people to slow down or adjust their audio so you can hear appropriately. Presentation of evidence today would follow 1.2.2.33b, applications and petitions. So we'll hear from the applicant first, then interveners, staff, and any rebuttal by applicant and petitioner. The order of witnesses today, which was captured in the pre-hearing order, today's schedule this morning, we will have PNM's witnesses Winter Mantell, Monroy, Phillips, and Nagel. And this afternoon, we will have PNM witnesses Heslop, Heffington, Feldman, Nichols, Dwayne. Are there any changes to the previously requested cross-examination times or any waiver of cross-examinations for a witness since the pre-hearing? Ms. Gould, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, thank you. I, in preparing my cross, have decided to waive the scheduled time for Mr. Phillips today. I'm still reviewing my cross for staff, and so if I could just let you know tomorrow if there's any adjustment to my time for staff.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, let me just note that on my record. Okay. Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Mueller. I'm not certain how clear my pre-hearing memorandum was, but I only have questions for Nagel, Heslop, and Heffington. No other witness, and they would likely be between 5 and 10 minutes each.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Borman, any changes to yours?
Yes, Your Honor. Staff at this point would be willing to waive the following PNM witnesses: Nagel, Feldman, Nichols, and Dwayne. I may or may not have questions for Mr. Heffington and Mr. Heslop, but I'm not in a position to waive.
Okay. So since staff is the only one who has requested times for Nagel, Feldman, Nichols, and Dwayne, unless I hear from someone else that they wish cross-examine Mr. Curtis.
Yes, I'm sorry, hearing examiner, Nagel was one of the witnesses that I had questions for.
Okay. So we'll keep Nagel on. But for this afternoon, Feldman, Nichols, and Dwayne. Any other requests for cross-examination of those witnesses?
Mr. Examiner, not a request, but just for your edification, after we do the pre-hearing bookkeeping matters this morning, I'll be dropping off and Mr. Harris will be doing the cross-examination for the Water Authority.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, as there has the waiver of cross-examination for witnesses Feldman, Nichols, and Dwayne have been waived. I will admit, let me see. Let me just open up their table here. So that is PNM Exhibit 14, PNM Exhibit 15,
And 13.
and 13, corrected, yeah. So I will admit PNM's 13, 14, and 15 onto the record. To the extent that another witness during cross-examination identifies a waived witness as the witness who is best suited to respond to a posed question, I'm still going to request that the witness be readily available to make that response on the record. Other than that, their appearance for today's proceeding is waived. Hearing examiner questioning. The commission's initial order in this matter vested the hearing examiners with authority to conduct any necessary hearings and to take any actions consistent with commission procedure. Under 62-6-4 NMSA 1978, the commission, and by extension through the delegation of powers, the hearing examiners also exercise broad power to supervise and regulate utilities in order to protect utility ratepayers and ensure the utility provides reasonable and proper service at fair, just, and reasonable rates. To the extent that the hearing examiner asks additional inquiries during this proceeding, is consistent with the delegation of that authority and practice of the commission. And I also note that Commissioner Ellison, Commissioner Ellison has joined us. And of course, additional questioning by the commissioner is also in line with the practice of the commission. The scope of redirect today is matters arising from cross-examination or by the hearing examiner's questions or questions of the commissioner. Recross will be limited to matters arising from redirect and subject to the discretion of the hearing examiner. The basic import of these rules is to ensure orderly questioning. Public comment today. I have been informed no one has signed up for public comment for this hearing. So with that, public comment session is closed. All right, a couple motions to get through. I recognize that a couple different parties have requested to be excused during portions of the hearing, and the hearing examiner grants those excusals. Parties confirm that they waive the right to cross-examine any witness or object to any evidence presented during those absences. All right. Now let's just talk quickly about my expectations regarding conduct today during the hearing, at any hearing when I am the presiding officer. NM area filed a motion to remove paragraph BB from the first procedural order. I am taking that motion under advisement and will issue a written ruling on that at a later date. That being said, basic decorum before me. is basically the same as you would find in NMRA. Under NMRA 16-305 instructs that a lawyer shall not engage in conduct intended to disrupt a trial, and the duty to refrain from disruptive conduct applies to any proceeding of a tribunal. Any attorney engaging in repeated or unnecessary arguments with hearing examiners disrupts and delays hearings. This hearing examiner will follow the rules of civil procedure for the district courts regarding preserving questions for review, which is NMRA 1046. NMRA 1-046, stating it is sufficient that a party, at the time the ruling or order of the hearing examiner is made or sought, makes known to the hearing examiner the action which they desire the hearing examiner to take, or his objection to the action of the hearing examiner and the grounds therefor. Additional arguing with the hearing examiner after the hearing examiner has noted the objection is disrespectful to the dignity of the bench. So I'm going to allow you time to say why you disagree with a decision, and I will simply state, your counsel, your objection is noted. At that point, discussion is closed on it. NMRA allows you that right to say why you object to it. I'm going to note it. Therefore, it's contained in the record. So that's the way I'm going to work under my hearings. Any additional arguing after I have noted that is just, like I said, is disrespectful to everyone involved in today's hearing. And any further disruptive conduct may result in a warning being issued by the hearing examiner. Failure to refrain from further disruption after my warning, to me, violates your duty under NMRA 16305. The Commission Rule 1.2.2.332G further elaborates on that, indicating conduct at public hearings, stating any disregard by parties, staff, attorneys, or other persons of the rulings of the Commission or presiding officers on matters of order and procedure may be noted on the record and treated as provided under their multiple different sections, but it includes section 62.12.4. 62.12.4 states a person who neglects to obey a lawful order is subject to a penalty of not less than $100, nor more than $100,000 for each offense. So I don't intend to kick anybody out today. I have worked with just about everybody in today's hearing and have had cordial and professional hearings before me today. I expect today to be no different from my prior hearings, and I look forward to working with everyone today regarding that. So let's just keep it professional and abide by the rules that are before us as attorneys of the court. Anything else before we begin receiving evidence this morning? Hearing none. PNM, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. We have a couple of exhibits before we call our first witness, Mr. Wintermantle, that we would like to move into evidence. PNM Exhibit 1 is the application that was filed in this case. It doesn't consist of all of the attached testimony, but the application itself, which we believe helps elucidate what the case is about, at least from PNM's perspective. And we would move its admission in the interest of a complete record, evidentiary record.
Okay, request is for PNM Exhibit 1 to be admitted onto the record. Any objection? Hearing none, it is admitted.
And in addition, PNM Exhibit 2 is a notice of errata, which we filed in this case with regard to the direct testimonies of PNM witnesses Heslop, Phillips, and Feldman. The testimonies that have been uploaded and for which we will be seeking admission have all been corrected to reflect the errata that were identified. But again, for interest of a complete record, we would like to move PNM Exhibit 2, the notice of errata, into evidence.
Okay, the request is for PNM Exhibit 2 to be admitted onto the record. Any objection? Hearing none, it is admitted.
And with that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we call our first witness, Mr. Nick Wintermantle.
Okay, Mr. Lee, please swear the witness in.
Mr. Wintermantle, will you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
May I proceed? Mr. Wintermantle,
Thank you.
can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Nick Wintermantle.
And Mr. Wintermantle, where are you employed?
I'm employed at Astrape Consulting.
And Mr. Wintermantle, did you prepare pre-filed direct testimony, which we marked as PNM Exhibit 3, pre-filed in this case?
Yes,
And is this testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
yes, it is.
And if you were asked the questions that are set forth in your direct testimony in PNM Exhibit 3 today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we move the admission of the direct testimony of Nick Wintermantle, PNM Exhibit 3.
You're on mute, Judge.
Sorry. Request is for PNM Exhibit 3 to be admitted onto the record. Any objection? Hearing none, it is admitted.
And Mr. Wintermantle, moving to PNM Exhibit 4, can you confirm that that is your rebuttal testimony that you pre-filed in this case?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes,
And if you were asked the same questions that appear in your rebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same?
yes, they would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we move the admission of PNM Exhibit 4, the rebuttal testimony of Nick Wintermantle.
Okay, request is for PNM Exhibit 4 to be admitted onto the record. Any objections? Hearing none, it is admitted. Let me interrupt real quick. Mr. Lee, are you getting feedback on your end?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm getting a little bit of feedback here, so I want to make sure it wasn't bothering court reporter.
I'm getting a little bit of feedback as well, not sure the source, but with that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we tender Mr. Wintermantle for examination.
Okay, thank you. And I believe the first person to request cross-examination time was ABCWUA.
That's correct, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Wintermantle.
Morning, Mr. Harris.
Okay, I don't believe we've met, but I represent the Water Authority in this matter. I'd like to ask you some clarifying questions this morning, starting with your direct testimony.
Okay.
Okay, page 2, lines 3 to 5. Here, you have referenced effective load capability. Could you give me a definition of that?
Yes, so effective load carrying capability in the industry is referring to, it is referring to the load carrying capability of a particular resource. So we know on the system, we have thermal resources that essentially are fully dispatchable. Operators can turn those on. Notwithstanding force outages, those resources can be turned on. And so as we've introduced more resources such as wind and solar, which is intermittent, variable resource energy resources, or storage resources that are energy limited, It forces us to understand the load carrying capability of those resources. So essentially, in PNM's case, 100 megawatt solar resource from a reliability contribution or a load carrying capability will provide much less than the 100 megawatt nameplate. And those ELCCs are calculated using our servo model and the resource adequacy framework we've laid out in this case.
Thank you. And as to the renewables or solar, would that be a capacity factor of the nameplate, total megawatt nameplate capability of the resource?
No, so there's definitely a difference. So nameplate capacity, kind of back to my example, 100 megawatts, got a 100 megawatt resource. Capacity factor is the amount of energy divided by that nameplate times 8760. So maybe that looks like 25% to 30% capacity factor solar. The ELCC is really more of how much solar can I expect to get during my net load peak periods. So there's definitely a difference. I would not want to use capacity factor as an ELCC.
Okay, thanks. That helps. What are the factors used in calculating the load carrying capacity or capability?
Yeah, that's a pretty broad question. I mean, for a solar resource or a wind resource, we're certainly modeling hourly profiles to capture that. And we're simulating those resources on the PNM system. And when I say PNM system, we're modeling hourly loads for 40 plus weather years, all the resource in PNM, and allowing the model to dispatch resources to load. That's the objective of the model, is to serve load. We're going to dispatch all resources, but we do have insight on what solar and wind profiles will look like. And so those are essentially all resource characteristics are part of the equation, load, and then simulating those resources to meet load and understanding when our resource adequacy risk occurs. Does that answer your question, Mr. Harris?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
You know, these are the questions I'm asking you are just clarifying questions so I can understand what your testimony means. Okay. Also on the same page, page 2, lines 14 to 16. The question is, did you participate in selecting the portfolio of resources set out in your testimony?
No, I was only responsible for evaluating the portfolios that PNM developed to ensure that the system met resource adequacy targets.
And a follow-up question is, did you participate in developing the criteria and instructions used in the in PNM's RFP that's at issue in this case?
No, I did not.
And turning to page 3. Lines 16 to 17.
Okay.
Okay. The first question I have is, did your team establish or help establish PNM's reliability requirements used in this case?
So I would answer that. Astrape Consulting has served as resource adequacy expertise for PNM for several years. And we have certainly had influence and provided recommendations of the LOLE targets that have been used by PNM. But essentially, while we agree with the requirement that PNM selected, that is a company decision, and you would probably need to ask one of the PNM witnesses. But we're certainly involved in the process. We certainly support the criteria that the reliability criteria that is being used in this case and has been used in the IRPs that we've participated in. But that is a company decision.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Respecting the reliability criteria, are there other ways of meeting PNM's reliability requirements other than adding capacity and energy resources to the system? I mean, in order to meet these reliability criteria, you have to have energy or capacity from some resource. And that does need to be added to the system in order to achieve that.
Okay. Same page, lines 11 to 13. Yeah, please describe the resource adequacy framework used in prior proceedings.
Mr. Harris, if we can, I probably want to turn to my rebuttal testimony to the Q&A in my rebuttal for that answer, just because I think it's laid out fairly well. Find that page real fast. So page 6 of my rebuttal, this entire Q&A does a pretty good job laying out the framework. I'll try to hit the high points. But essentially, resource adequacy, you know, what we're trying to do is we're trying to understand kind of these high impact, low probability events when lots of things at the same time on the system go wrong. We have worse unit performance than expected. It might be hotter than expected, so we're seeing higher loads. And that higher load pattern can really be across the entire Southwest and Western region, as we saw in 2020. So we're trying to simulate everything that could occur in a future year, in this case, 2026. We want to understand the full risk of the system, given the portfolio that we're going into that year with. And so in order to do that, we actually model one significant impact of that is weather. So we capture 42 years of weather history in our simulations. So in 2026, if we were to have 1985 weather again, 1990 weather again, and so forth. So we set up hourly load shapes and renewable shapes to represent those 42 weather years. We also know we have risk in load forecast error. So the economy could grow faster than we expect. And there's risk to that. We have a 50-50 type forecast that PNM creates, but there's risk around missing that forecast. And then we have unit outage performance. So our generators, we can have multiple units fail at the same time. And so the model is probabilistic, working through all those simulations and iterations to understand where is PNM's risk, which we found to be early evening, kind of hours 18 through 22 in the summer. That's the real risk for PNM. A hotter than normal summer day, poor renewable performance and poor unit performance, and tight market surrounding markets. Those type of scenarios is where we've seen the risk. And so Servum is capturing hourly dispatch of the system for all those iterations across all those weather years for 2026, and it's formulating an expected loss of load expectation from those cases. And I think it's important to understand resource adequacy. 90 to 95% of the cases that we run, yeah, PNM is fine. It's only in those scenarios where multiple things occur, and that gets us to this 1-day and 10-year target that we're trying to meet. We want to make sure we have enough capacity on the ground to have the probability of an outage only occur 1 day in 10 years.
Okay, thanks. That helps. Okay, on line 14 of page 3, there, you refer to a marginal effective load carrying capability. What is the marginal effective load carrying capability?
Yeah, so it probably helps to explain the difference between an average ELCC versus a marginal ELCC. And so the average ELCC, let's assume that PNM has, just approximation says, let's say they have 1,500 megawatts of solar on the system. We can understand the ELCC of the entire 1,500 megawatt block by removing it and understanding the value it brings to the system from a reliability perspective. So understanding the entire ELCC of that block would give us the average ELCC. The marginal ELCC is understanding what is the 1,501st megawatt worth. And so that's really what's critical when we're bringing on new resources. We want to know, hey, I'm already at 1,500 megawatts. What is the next megawatt of solar worth from a reliability contribution? And I think it's important to note that as resources that look similar, such as solar, to each other, when we add more and more solar, what happens is we have lots of energy across the day. So our net peak load actually gets pushed to later in the day. So we have lots of solar on the system, but our risk now is later in the day. And so the marginal ELCC of a new solar resources actually declines as we increase that penetration.
Okay.
But short answer, marginal ELCC is kind of understanding the ELCC of the next megawatt of that technology.
Ah, great, thanks. Okay, now turning to page 4. And here you address it on line 4, the define loss of load expectation, and I'd like to get a better understanding of that. The word expectation is what exactly is that? I understand the concept of loss of load probability, but it seems that expectation is a sort of undefined term. High expectation, low expectation. So could you please explain what the expectation means?
Sure. I would, you use the word loss of load probability. I would say LOLE is actually pretty close to that. It is kind of it's a probabilistic analysis. So putting all the simulations together, it's the expected value. So we've got some cases where that worst weather year occurs, and we certainly have events that can occur, that do occur in the simulations, but then maybe 90% of the cases we don't have any. And so the loss of load expectation is the weighted average probability of all those runs.
Okay, so it is based upon a probability. And how is the probability defined?
Yep. So out of all the simulations we run, again, we run 42 weather years. We run 5 load forecast error points. 42 weather years, we just assume have equal probability going forward. Just as much chance that we're going to see 2020 weather again, 1 in 42 chance that we're going to see 2022 weather again. So equal probability on weather years. We have 5 load forecast error points, which is based essentially on a normal distribution. So the fact that I might miss my load forecast on by 3 or 4% is going to get a lower probability than the expected forecast. So those get applied. So we got 42 weather years, 5 load forecast error points. And then the unit outage draws, which are Monte Carlo forced outage draws on our units that simulate independently, they're all given equal probability across the iterations too. And so that develops 8,400, 8760s that each have a very small probability of occurring. And so we can add up the loss of load expectation of each of those simulations. We can add up the actual load shed events in each of those iterations to come up with the loss of load expectation.
So the expectation is basically a summation of the probabilities.
It's the summation of the probabilities weighted with the loss of load events that occur in each of those iterations. It's essentially the sum product of the probability and the loss of load events that actually occur.
Okay, so my next question is on the loss of load. When you're referring to the load that's lost, are you talking about a system loss of load? Are you talking about a a feeder? What load is expected to be lost?
Yep, that's a good question. Serval model is a zonal model, so we're looking at the PNM aggregate system when we talk about loss of load, and we're really trying to define the loss of load relative to actually not having enough capacity on the system. You mentioned distribution outages in your question. We're not capturing local distribution transmission. This is solely to do with install capacity on my system. Loss of load reflective of not having enough capacity built on my system.
Okay, and in doing your calculations of are transmission constraints taken into account?
Mr. Harris, excuse me one second. Mr. Lee, I'm actually going to mute you because what I'm seeing is feedback coming from your window. So just to let you know, I'm going to mute you. So if you need to interject, you'll have to unmute yourself. But that seems to be where we're getting some feedback from. Okay, Mr. Harris, continue. Sorry.
Yes. My question was, did the loss of load take into account transmission constraints?
We do split up the PNM system into multiple zones. So if you were to go look at our IRP resource adequacy framework, I think it's Appendix M in the 2023, you can see the topology. The serval is a zonal model. So we're modeling import and export constraints between, I think it's 3 zones in PNM, and north, south, and kind of in the Four Corners area. And then we also model transmission import limits into the PNM balancing area. So we allow for imports to occur from Arizona, Colorado, and regions 1 tie away. So transmission is actually captured as import limits there as well.
Okay, so the follow-up question is, does your modeling show which zones are more likely to lose, have reliability problems?
What we see within the PNM zones in our modeling is that the model is able to share and that we're really not transmission constraint from an LOLE perspective. The south is able to share with the north, the Four Corners area, and there's enough transmission in the model that it does not impact the results. So we're essentially getting equivalent LOLE in all 3 zones in our modeling.
Okay, and the reason I asked that question was that if you could pinpoint a particular problem regarding import or transmission flows between zones or import into the zones, would it be cost effective to upgrade that and reduce the reliability problems?
I would agree with you. If we saw that, that would be an area to look at.
But you're not seeing that.
That's correct.
Okay, but isn't there some constraints that you have identified as far as import capabilities during the summer months?
Yeah. So if we go to my direct testimony, page 5 and 6, we model the physical transmission limits as provided by PNM. Over time, as we've seen essentially in 2020, and Witness Phillips may be better to speak to this, due to capacity availability on the other side is really more of the issue, Mr. Harris. So while it's hot in PNM, it's also hot in Arizona and elsewhere. And history, especially in the 2020 event, showed that during those peak net load periods at hour 19 through 22, the megawatts that PNM should really count on from neighbor assistance should actually be fairly low. It would not be prudent to assume that neighbors one tire away are actually going to build more capacity and be long during those periods to help support PNM. So we have put in this import limit during peak periods, which has been used in previous cases as well.
Okay. And then I believe you referred to the Southwest Research Adequacy Study. Is that what you based your assessment of import constraints on?
No, I wouldn't say that. When we mentioned the Southwest Resource Adequacy Study, what we used there were the loads and resource modeling characteristics. So we got resources from that study in the load forecast, and so we modeled their regions based on that study.
Well, I'm still confused. You had mentioned that that you had determined that there were constraints on the amount of, I guess, capacity that could be imported into PNM system. So what was your data basis for making those determinations?
So on the import limit, that's based on historical data collected by PNM during the August 2020 event.
And refresh my memory, what is the 2020 event?
Yeah, and I'll probably, there's other PNM witnesses who can better speak to that event, but it was a widespread heat wave in the West. And I don't know if multiple zones, but I know there was loss of load in the West. PNM specifically, I do not believe lost load, but it was certainly an indication of tight periods during summer peak conditions and reliance on neighbors. Essentially, we were very hesitant after that event to rely much on neighbor capacity.
Okay. But since that event in 2020, and I guess that your loss of load expectation, is for 2026. Have there been capacity changes in those import areas that would impact the assessment that you have made on import capability?
And not on the import capability. We did update neighboring capacity resources and their loads. But I probably need to back up a little bit. Our general modeling methodology is that we also want to put our neighbors that we model at a particular reliability standard. So we force our neighbors in the modeling to also be near 0.1 or some reliable target. We don't want to model them at 0 LOLE and show all this excess, because it's just not prudent for PNM to plan on neighboring regions being long as the solution to fill their needs. And so we put the neighbors at their 0.1 LOLE target so we can capture the weather and diversity, the weather diversity benefit that we have with our neighbors. We certainly know that's there. We're interconnected. We get a significant amount of value from our neighbors already inherently in the model, but we wouldn't want to make them extremely long, or on the reverse side, we wouldn't want to show them extremely short. They are planning to certain targets. So if we assume that target, that's the best that we can really do. And again, what we're trying to capture is simply the weather diversity that we have with our neighbors, as well as generator outage diversity. Their units may be performing better than PNM's in a given time frame, and the model's capturing that benefit.
Okay. I'm starting to get a handle on your analysis. Thanks. Okay, turning to page 7. Lines, the paragraph on 9, lines 9 through 15. And my question is, do you have any knowledge of the cost difference between portfolio 1 and portfolio 2, or is that not one of the things that you considered?
Yeah, I've not looked at the cost between the portfolios. I was only looking at the reliability.
Right. So your function in this case is really to look at the loss of load expectation and the reliability of the various portfolios.
Yes, it's to ensure that whatever portfolio gets introduced, that it does meet a reliability criteria for customers in 2026.
Okay, and looking at my math, is the difference in the loss of load expectation between portfolio 1 and portfolio 2, does that translate to a difference of a loss of load expectation of about approximately 0.8 days in 10 years?
That's correct.
Okay, that's all the questions I have on your draft. Let's take a look at your rebuttal.
Hold on, let me get you on your the decimal point that you said there. I mean, the difference is roughly 0.08.
0.08.
LOLE.
Right.
Yep.
Mr. Harris, does that conclude your cross-exam? I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
I have some questions now on the rebuttal testimony.
Okay. We are coming up to the half-hour point, but please continue.
Sure. Well, I'll just ask one question, since I'm going to getting close to 30 minutes. Please turn to page 8 of your rebuttal.
Okay.
Okay, and on page 8 you have a figure 1, and unfortunately my printer isn't a color printer, so I have a little bit of difficulty here. So I'm asking my questions without the benefit of color. But you have a net load. What's the difference? What exactly is net load?
So the net load is the gross load, which is the solid black line, the hourly load, minus renewable resources, non-dispatchable resources. So we've got solar and wind, non-dispatchable. So that is the difference.
Okay. in this, I don't believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that this graph doesn't show on this typical peak day any unexpected or any expected unanswered load. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's no unserved energy on this example day.
Right. And the reason for that is that really not meeting loads is a fairly rare event.
It is. We hope so.
That's the whole purpose of what we're doing. Okay. Then you show purchases on this graph. What are your purchases?
Yeah. So that is an example of during this peak net load period, if we look at hours 20 and 21, to achieve meeting the total load, we did make purchases from outside the balancing area in this simulation day.
Okay.
So those are purchases outside of PNM.
Right. And what's the time period that there was a need for purchases?
I'm not sure I follow the question. The time?
Well, on the bottom line, it shows the hours. So what hours that are the 24 hours, what hours were there during that time period of 24 hours were purchases required?
Yeah. So in this case, they're actually purchasing some in the morning. You can see the green in the morning in hours 3 through 6, and some slight purchases later in the day, hours 19 through 24. You see a few cells across the day, but it looks like there's just some very minor purchases and selling across the middle of the day.
Yeah, I couldn't blow up this graph, and I don't have a color printer, so that was the reason I'm asking the question. But the purpose of that is for the follow-up question is, would a longer duration battery, longer than a 4-hour batteries that are being proposed here, if say, for example, you had 10-hour batteries, would that reduce the need for purchases?
I mean, you're still going, we have to recall that storage is not producing generation. So to charge a longer duration battery requires even more energy. I still think there'd probably be purchases within the study. And then there's obviously the economics between an 8-hour and a 4-hour, which I won't get into. I'm sure the other witnesses can talk better around that. But because storage does not actually produce energy, there's still a likelihood there's going to need to be some purchases even with a longer duration. But again, I'm somewhat speculating here. We have to run simulations and see what happened.
Right. And if the simulations reflected that there was adequate generation energy capacity to charge the longer duration batteries, then that makes a difference on whether or not there is a reduction in the need for purchases.
Yeah, I still think though the same amount of energy is required to serve the load. So I'm probably hesitant to say that purchases or the amount of energy that we need is decreasing in that situation. Certainly allows more of the energy to be shifted if you have 8-hour versus 4-hour. And even our models would recognize there's some reliability contribution to longer versus shorter duration storage, 2-hour versus 4 versus 8. But there's a lot more that goes into it from the economic side and what is actually being offered and so forth.
Yeah, I just realized I was chasing my tail here because then you start getting into assumptions saying, well, rather than purchases, should you have other resources on PNM system that can produce the energy, et cetera, et cetera. So that you start speculation. So anyway, now I understand what's in that graph. Anyway, those are the last of my questions. I really appreciate your answers. Mr. Hearing Examiner, my cross-examination concluded.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harris. And I believe staff requested 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I probably will be shorter than that. Good morning, Mr. Wintermantel.
Morning, Mr. Boardman.
On page 6 of your direct testimony, you have table 1. I'll give you a chance to get there real quick.
Yes, I'm there.
You there? Okay. In that table, you identify the most restrictive transmission constraints to hours 19 through 22. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, the table shows the hourly import constraints for a number of the hours across the day.
Okay. And if I understand that correctly, that's 7 p.m. through the 10 p.m. hour until 11 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct. And if we look at the note below, it's only during high load days that these constraints are applied.
Okay, yeah, okay. And as I understand it, this is a limitation established for purposes of your performing the modeling. Is that correct?
Yes, it's been established over the years with PNM and has actually been included in previous resource applications as well. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Now, however, in reality, on a day-to-day basis, there's a possibility that the actual most restrictive constraint could be different hours. Is that correct?
I mean, the risk hours is clear to us in our modeling. The risk hours for PNM are in that 19 to 22 hour. That's when the resource adequacy risk occurs for sure.
I probably asked that question poorly, so I'll try to ask it a little better. So in reality, a constraint that you would get might be for either a different 4-hour period or longer or shorter than 4 hours. Isn't that correct? I'm not talking for modeling purposes.
Yeah, I guess I'm sorry. I don't quite. Can you ask the question one more time?
Yeah, and I understand that you've identified these transmission constraints for your modeling purposes. But in reality, on a day-to-day basis, operational basis, constraints can be at different hours or for shorter or longer periods. Is that correct?
Yes, I think, yeah, operationally, there can be periods where you could have more or less purchase capability.
Okay, thanks. Now, let's turn to your rebuttal testimony and specifically page 9.
I'm there.
Okay, and you have a statement there that hourly loads and hourly renewable profiles were provided to all stakeholders through discovery. Consistent with past practice, PNM did not include this detail in its direct testimony, as this information is voluminous and not particularly useful without proper context within SERVN. Do you see that?
Yes.
What do you mean by proper context within SERVN?
Yeah, so I think kind of the whole statement here is that allowing, I mean, the hourly data as discussed here, hourly loads and hourly renewables profiles. I mean, we're talking 300,000 rows of data for lots of different resources and loads. And so you're megabytes on megabytes of files here. Just putting that in my direct testimony with tables, I think there would need to be lots of verbiage and description around that. And so I think that is that's what I mean there, just within the context of SERVM, understanding how those hourly profiles get used in SERVM and so forth.
So it sounds like what you're saying is that data would not be useful to any of the other parties unless you were there to explain what it meant. Is that what you're saying?
I think certainly, yeah, additional explanations such as what's included in our IRP resource adequacy appendices every time. So you would probably, I think the descriptions in that appendix are fairly fairly understandable for someone just picking up the model.
Okay, were those explanations provided when you provided this data to parties during discovery?
We were requested to provide all work papers.
Mhm.
And so we did that, and there were not any follow-up discovery questions surrounding that data. We would have been happy to explain further if there were additional questions.
Okay. There were not questions from any party in this case?
There were questions from parties in the case, but particularly on the SERVM hourly loads and renewables, beyond asking for the work papers, I don't recall any.
Okay, thank you. That is actually what I was asking. So you did answer my question. Thank you. Those are all the questions I had. Thank you, Mr. Wintermantle.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Ellison, I see you activated your video. Do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, proceed.
Great. Hi, Mr. Wintermantle. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Appreciate your appearing in the hearing this morning. I wanted to ask a few questions here. I understand you've said the difference between a 0.1 and a 0.2 LOLE in this particular portfolio being proposed would be just a single resource, the 60 megawatt, 240 megawatt hour storage facility. Is that correct?
I might phrase it a little bit differently in that the difference between the 0.2 and the 0.1, whether it's any resource, is probably kind of the 60 megawatt 4-hour battery. So I would agree with you. I mean, I think we estimate 0.1 to 0.2 is roughly 60 to 70 megawatts generally is what we've seen in our models in the past. As laid out in my testimony, though, we did run a case with and without the 60 megawatt 4-hour, and it proved that out.
It seems like a rather large jump for a fairly small resource. Do you have any thoughts on why a single 60 megawatt battery would have that much of an impact on the LOLE calculation?
Yeah, I think it's probably more has to do with just the size of the PNM system. So I think about PNM system being a 2,000 megawatt system, 60 megawatts out of 2,000. I guess that represents about 3%. So it's not that surprising, and it's It's really what we've seen consistently in these models over the years.
Would there be a different impact on LOLE if we were talking about, say, a 60 megawatt combustion turbine or reciprocating engine?
Yeah, that's a good question, and that gets into some of the discussion I had with Mr. Harris about ELCCs. Generally, I think these next megawatts, and Mr. Phillips maybe can speak to it more clearly, these next megawatts of storage are providing about an 85% effective load carrying capability. A dispatchable gas resource in comparison, we generally calculate its reliability contribution by 1 minus E4. So maybe if a new gas resource has a 5% E4, we put it on a kind of a 95% ELCC or reliability contribution. So they're fairly close in nature. 85% versus 95%, that would be how we would look at them from a reliability contribution. So potentially you could build slightly less gas to cover this 60 megawatt storage resource. Just from a reliability perspective, not taking into account economics or all the other factors that come into play in capacity procurement.
But in your model, you're not specifying the ELCC, correct? That you're specifying a 60 megawatt, 240 megawatt hour battery, and you're observing the impact of that additional resource on the resource adequacy calculation.
That's correct. Yeah, no ELCCs are being modeled. We would model the 4-hour storage with its constraints. We'd model a dispatchable gas resource with its forced outage rates, and the model would just simulate. So yeah, no ELCCs are an input into CERN.
Right. And the batteries in this case, are they being modeled as completely separate resources that are being dispatched according to least cost?
They're independently modeled in CERN.
Okay, so they're not dependent on if they're co-located with solar, they're not in any way dependent on how the solar plant is performing.
I have to recall on the hybrid, I'm pretty sure, yeah, for the hybrid resource, well, backing up, the standalone battery resources, certainly they're charging from the grid.
Right.
The hybrid battery and solar resources, I believe we may have that connection to where they are charging from the solar. But what we've seen in the past, whether we force that charge from the solar resource or the grid, is we really don't see that much of a difference, because you're really never really wanting to charge or dispatch the storage when the solar resources are at full output.
Okay. You mentioned in your rebuttal testimony that if only the 100 megawatt solar resource is added, of those resources being requested here, that you calculated a 1.29 LOLE for the summer of 2026. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
And what is the LOLE for PNM's portfolio now?
For 2024,
yes,
I don't have that. I've not simulated that recently, so I can't answer that.
Okay. But that's a calculation that could be done or potentially has been done by PNM, correct?
It's certainly something that could be done, and an easier way maybe to get at that would be what is the reserve margin currently in 2024. But I can't answer that. And where I'm going with that, Commissioner, is 0.1 LOLE. If we do our accounting right with ELCCs, that's going to give you an approximately 16% planning reserve margin. So depending on where PNM's today, you could get a gauge of what the LOLE might be.
Right. I would expect it, I would hope it's a lot lower than the 1.29 number currently. What I'm wondering is what would be responsible for the kind of drop that I assume we're talking about in LOLE if we would be adding 100 megawatt solar plant. Would we be retiring any resources, or what would cause that kind of a deterioration in LOLE?
Yeah, so for that simulation, we lost 310 megawatts of storage, 4-hour storage. So, we were at 0.11 in my testimony with portfolio 2, which had the 100 megawatt solar, but it also had 310 megawatts of storage. So we removed 310 megawatts of storage, just leave the solar on. And that's what makes us jump. So we're losing a significant amount of capacity.
Well, I understand.
Okay.
If you're doing that relative to what's being proposed, but I'm kind of thinking about it based on the status quo, based on the resources that are on the system now, or will soon be on the system. So if we're not taking anything away, why is the LOLE getting that much worse?
Yeah, I'm sure Witness Phillips can speak to it more, but I think there's probably a combination of things. There's certainly load growth. There's certainly, I think, some of the projects that were to come on in previous applications are not coming on. That's probably, I'm sure, well documented for you. So I think between those two items, trying to think of the other pieces, but yeah, I think those are the main pieces.
Okay, and I understand that in performing this analysis that you performed for this resource application, you did not perform capacity expansion planning, and you were not looking to propose a least cost portfolio. Am I correct?
That's correct. PNM personnel in a different model determine these portfolios based on least costs and meeting reliability criteria. And then I was the check, hey, do these portfolios really meet the reliability?
Right, least cost under certain conditions, I'm sure, under certain assumptions. And so other resources could also meet these adequacy targets, correct? Another portfolio of additional resources could be performed that would also meet these reliability targets.
Yes, we're looking for install capacity to meet the reliability target. So
right.
Yes, different resources.
For example, wind could be proposed, and that could also meet these targets.
It could. I would say that what we see from an ELCC perspective of wind generally is in the 10 to 20% range. So you might need a lot of wind to start making up what you're getting out of the 4-hour storage here, which is getting an 85% reliability contribution because it's dispatchable and can be there on the peak.
And what sort of ELCC were you getting from the incremental solar?
Yeah, I think the incremental solar based on our 2023 IRP is sub 10% for the next megawatt of solar.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how much battery capacity is on the system now, or will soon be on the system?
I can answer how much is in this portfolio for 2026.
I just mean currently on the system.
I don't have those exact numbers.
Okay, I'll ask that of witness Phillips. And the modeling you did, is it assuming all of the there are solar and battery resources that were specified for the San Juan unit replacements? Does your modeling take those into account or consider that those are in place?
It does. So everything expected for 2026 is included.
Okay. And how do the wind and solar profiles that you're using impact the resource adequacy calculations?
So depending on those shapes, I mean, obviously that's what's driving total generation that can meet load. I think maybe where you're headed is kind of how are those developed. We've got several locations. It's kind of laid out in the IRP where we develop synthetic load shapes. For solar, it's actually pretty well defined. NREL has significant data sets out there that we rely on to build those. For the wind shapes, it's actually based on actual historical wind data shapes that we develop internally and create synthetic shapes.
And you said you're using 40 weather years, is that correct? For, so you're when you're doing your analysis on resource adequacy, you're looking across multiple potential weather years.
That's correct. We're looking at 42 weather years.
And are those historical, based on historical weather?
It is. So we have a process where we look on the load level. We'll look at 5 years of history and understand weather to load relationships. We develop that relationship and apply it to 42 years of weather patterns. So we're not using historical load from the 1980s or so forth. We're just using the weather. Similarly, for wind, we'll look at the recent, I think PNM probably goes back 10 years or so of wind data, actual wind data. And we match what the correlation to wind and load is and project what those synthetic shapes are prior to the 10 years, going back to 1980. And a similar process is used for solar. Solar's a little bit easier because NREL data sets go back to 1998, and they've got specific irradiance data for specific sites. So great data set on the solar side.
And you're using that location specific data and sort of assuming locations for the solar.
That's correct.
In terms of the storage, obviously we're contemplating several energy storage agreements here that have constraints on them as to how those batteries can be used. Were those constraints reflected in your modeling?
The hourly duration constraints and charging constraints, absolutely, they were included. Specific PPA requirements beyond that were not. I think the way we think about resource adequacy is, the events are rare. And so I can't really speak to the PPAs themselves, but as a modeler, in those events that might occur 1 day in 10, we would expect we'd be able to make use of those resources during those critical few hours.
I'm just thinking of, I know some energy storage agreements limit there to be one charge discharge cycle per day, and if that constraint were imposed, whether that might have an impact on the results.
I think generally what I see, Commissioner, is that we are getting about 1 cycle a day. You're charging during the day when the solar, just having that storage available for those net peak load hours. So obviously I'm speculating, but I don't think it's going to drive the resource adequacy component significantly.
Okay. I'd like to ask some about the 0.1 versus the 0.2 LOLE target. Are you aware of any other utilities using the 0.2 LOLE target?
Currently, I'm not. 0.1 is certainly the most common.
Okay. Would you agree that as access to regional markets improves, that that would tend to suggest that you may not need as rigid a standard?
I don't know if the standard changes. I think there's potential for the modeling assumptions to change to be able to achieve that 0.1 more easily. But I would argue that the resource adequacy study we have is very much taking advantage of neighbor assistance, especially during situations where the loads might not be extremely high, but in a situation where loads may be close to peak, and PNM's having poor unit performance, we're certainly taking advantage of being able to have all those neighbors, if they have capacity available during those periods, being able to receive that. So, and we've done island scenarios for PNM to kind of understand, hey, what's the risk if we did take away all market access? And the results are substantially. We didn't run it for this case, an island look, but we are taking fairly aggressive advantage of the markets as we have them modeled. But I hear you. If those markets expand further and there's more interaction and PNM can get to the point where they trust that, I think that's part of the issue here too, right? I mean, you want to have contracted capacity, because in that event, if everybody's experiencing those conditions, you can't count on that non-firm capacity being there, and it puts customers at risk.
Right. No, I understand what you're saying, that you did not do an island study here, and that your thinking is that you would reflect better regional connectivity or increased access to markets in the modeling itself. Would you agree that the reserve margin, can be considered as insurance against a loss of load event, that the higher or the more stringent a standard, really we're talking about more insurance against a bulk loss of load event?
Yeah, generally, I would agree. Yes, an increase in reserve margin does reduce the likelihood of farm load shed events.
Yes, and insurance is generally not available for free. Would you think that it's reasonable to ask if the cost of this additional insurance, or the additional meeting the more stringent standard is worth it?
Yes, I do. And given the environment we are in, really just across the industry during this energy transition, retiring lots of dispatchable capacity and replacing with lots of more variable energy resources and energy limited resources. In my mind, I think it's, in my opinion, it's certainly not the time to lessen that insurance that we put on the system.
But we are talking about increasing it if we go to the 0.1
yes,
LOLE standard.
Yes, and I think that does get us kind of on common ground with most of the industry.
In terms of curtailment in your modeling, did you analyze the level of curtailment of solar that would likely take place?
It's an output of the model. I don't recall and did not look at it in detail.
Okay. And in doing the reliability assessment, did you look at just 2026, or did you examine any additional years?
We just looked at 2026, understanding that's when the resource need was.
Okay. And are you familiar with PNM's 2020 IRP study?
I am.
In your view, is this resource request an outgrowth of that IRP study, or is it something different?
So I'm more familiar, Commissioner, with just the resource adequacy components of those. But
okay,
so I think that question is probably for Mr. Phillips, but I believe I will say just IRP. My IRP perspective is that it's certainly a guiding plan. We know those are generic resource assumptions at the time, and it sets a path. But the way I look at IRPs is certainly once you get to procurement, you're going to go test the market and understand the real economics and make the right decision.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Mr. Wintermantel. I appreciate your answering my questions. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I think that's all I have for the moment.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I have 10:32 on my phone, and I promised everyone a break. Dave, are you doing all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me just ask Expected time for redirect?
Just a few moments of redirect.
Let's take another 5 minutes then before our break. I just have pretty much one topic I want to understand and ask a question. Then I'll allow redirect. We'll finish with this witness and take our break. I think that's the most logical plan. I want to, just from a public interest standpoint, I want to know what, based upon your modeling, if the commission were to agree with staff's recommendation and not issue the ESAs or CSCs, you had forecasted the 1.29 loss of load expectation, LLE. Let's say that's what happens for a hypothetical, and we go into 2026 with a 1.29 LOLE. Now, granted, I mean, that's dependent upon wholesale capacity and energy markets being available, but are we talking a expectation that there would be 1.3 days without electricity, or that the LOLE is merely an increased likelihood of a loss of load event occurring? I mean, if we're walking into 2026 with a 1.29.
Yeah. So, yeah, I would say my modeling says there's an expectation that you would shed load in 2026 at a 1.29 days per year. So there would be that expectation that you would have. I think Ms. Witness Phillips describes it as it's a 4% reserve margin. I think he performed that calculation of what that scenario looks like. It's a 4% reserve margin. So essentially, there's no margin for error. You would need to have a very mild summer, and your units would need to perform exceptional. Or there is an expectation, just based on our modeling, that kind of normal operations of a hotter than normal summer, a kind of traditional unit performance, that you're gonna need to shed load or certainly rely heavily on the markets. I imagine maybe you get in that situation and you go look for, month ahead, 6 month ahead type resources, but there's a lot of risk around that and the cost of that. And Witness Phillips can talk more about what that scenario might look like.
Have you ever performed other modeling result that had a 1.0 LOLE or higher, that ultimately a loss of load expectation didn't occur during that year?
I'm trying to pull up my memory. I don't recall really having a system where we've modeled and kind of set out and planned to this level and gotten to experience the actuals of that scenario.
Okay. Well, I mean, we've been fortunate. I mean, to my knowledge, we haven't had a loss of load event recently, despite our concerns about resource adequacy over the past couple of years. All right. That's really my questions for that. So redirect.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Mr. Wintermantle, we've heard the phrase loss of load and shedding load. To put this in more concrete terms, practical terms, from a customer perspective, what happens when you shed load or you lose load?
I mean, generally, I would think, and I don't know PNM's exact operating procedures, but generally, in that situation, you are, calling for customer appeals, all that you can do, and then you're going to kind of schedule rolling blackouts across your system and announce those. Hopefully it is organized in a way that it's manageable. But yeah, you're certainly going to be similar to what you've seen in California across those peak evening hours, you're announcing it and you're rolling off customers, sequencing them. So maybe they're not off the entire time. But yeah, certainly a headline news type event.
And, you talked about a scenario where the company can see it coming in effect and make contingency plans for rolling blackouts. But is there also a chance where there would be just a catastrophic loss, unexpected loss?
There is, I think you go back and look at the Winter Storm Uri event and ERCOT, and when they're doing these rolling blackouts, they don't have perfect foresight, but they are trying to maintain some margin with their generation fleet. Because if you get to a level where you're running at zero margin, so you're basically kind of maintaining some operating reserves during the firm load shed event. There's reports out that saved, kind of saved the grid. You can have these kind of catastrophic events where you get these kind of lose security if you don't maintain some margin across these events. So it does need to be organized and done appropriately. And I think ERCOT was able to do that, and their system did come back after the event pretty quickly. Even though it was still a catastrophic event, it could have been worse. You can get to a situation where you damage equipment across the system, and the outage can be for longer periods for sure.
Mr. Harris had asked you questions about the meaning of expectation in the phrase loss of load expectation and LOLE. But just to clarify, is this a phrase that you or PNM has come up with, or is this an industry standard?
It's definitely an industry standard in the U.S.
And under Commissioner Ellison's questioning, he talked about what he described as a relatively small increment of capacity, the 60-70 megawatt capacity that takes the company from 0.2 to 0.1 LOLE. Do you recall that questioning?
Yes.
Is a fair way to look at we're talking about is for the investment in this extra 60 to 70 megawatts that you're doubling PNM's generation reliability?
Yes. So you're going from an expectation of one event in 10 years to two event in 10 years without their resource.
In addition, you talked about some variables that may account for why this 60 to 70% increment can double the reliability. Does any of that have to do with how concentrated the LOLE hours are on PNM system?
I mean, we definitely have a clear picture of where the risk is, if that's what you're asking, and it's in those summer peak net load hours across the day. So certainly removing 60 megawatts can easily increase the loss of load expectation, because we are looking at that subset of hours across the summer. And if that resource is not there, you're 60 megawatts less. The probability of firm load shed is going to naturally increase. And going from 1 day to 2 day on an expectation level over 10 years is not a huge increase. I mean, it doubles, but it's not surprising that 60 megawatts could increase going from one event in 10 years to two event in 10 years.
It's when that 60 megawatts is utilized. Is that?
That's right. Yeah, the storage resources during peak days will be expected to be charged across the day and then used for dispatch as the sun comes down.
There were also questions about whether the potential of being able to import energy from outside of PNM system was, perhaps made it less critical to have a lower LOLE. Do you recall that questioning?
Yeah, I recall the general discussion.
It's in order. Did I understand you correctly that when you were talking to Mr. Harris about imports from outside of PNM system, the assumption is that your neighbors that you're able to import from also have an LOLE of 0.1. Did I understand that correctly?
That's correct.
So how important is it that throughout the system that there be maintained a industry standard LOLE so that you can rely when you need to on imports?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. If everyone wanted to, roll the dice and go in with a much worse reliability metric into the year, and obviously that peak day occurs, everybody's going to be looking for somebody else to purchase from, and the capacity's not going to be there. So yeah, it certainly can escalate if everyone is not bringing their own resources to meet their load. We do recognize, though, that interconnections are valuable, and there is weather diversity, and so we make sure we try to capture that.
Those are my questions on redirect. Thank you very much, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, thank you. Witness is excused. I have 10:44 on my phone. Let's go ahead and take that break, and we will come back at 10:55 with our next witness.
I'm ready, Judge.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee. I have 10:55 on my phone, so let's get everyone back. And PNM, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Our next witness is Mr. Henry Monroy.
Yeah, good morning. This is Henry.
You're on mute, Mr. Lee.
Mr. Monroy, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Monroy, could you please list your job title?
Yeah, I am Henry Monroy, and my job title is Vice President of Regulatory for Public Service Company of New Mexico.
And do you have before you what has been listed as PNM Exhibit 5?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
My direct testimony?
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, sir, it was.
Is this a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir, it is.
Has your job title changed since you prepared your direct testimony?
Yes, sir, it was. Previously, I was the Vice President of Regulatory and Corporate Controller for PNM.
Thank you. And do you have any other additions or corrections to this exhibit?
No, sir, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Okay. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move admission of PNM Exhibit 5.
Okay, request is for PNM Exhibit 5 to be admitted onto the record. Any objection? Hearing none, it is admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Monroy, do you have before you what are labeled PNM Exhibits 6 and 16?
Yes, sir, I do.
What are these exhibits?
PNM Exhibit 6 is my rebuttal testimony filed in this proceeding. PNM Exhibit 16 is the notice of errata to my rebuttal testimony.
Were these prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, sir.
Are they a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
If I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
And did you, you said there was a notice of errata, so in Exhibit 16, do you have then any corrections to either Exhibit 6 or 16? Or what was, I guess said another way, that noted Exhibit 16, what was the errata for that?
Sure, let me go to the page. On page 7 of my rebuttal testimony, line 12, I inserted the word neither in front of PNM, so the sentence reads neither PNM nor any utility.
Okay. And do you have any other additions or corrections to these exhibits?
No, I do not.
All right. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move admission of PNM Exhibits 6 and 16.
Request is for PNM Exhibit 6 and PNM Exhibit 16 to be admitted onto the record. Any objection? Hearing none, they are admitted.
Thank you. And with that, I would present PNM witness Henry Monroy for cross-examination.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Boardman?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Monroy.
Good morning, Mr. Borman.
I guess as a preliminary matter, are you the person to whom to address questions regarding PNM's application in this case?
You can ask me those questions. If there's a better witness that we've tendered for this proceeding that I can defer it to, I will do so.
That's fair enough. Okay. On page 1 of the application, it is stated that this application requests the commission approve the resource additions necessary to meet peak load requirements in 2026. You see that?
Yes, sir.
When was this application filed?
I believe it was filed at the end of October. I don't have the exact date, maybe October 25th.
Okay, late October.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does PNM need the resources identified in this application to meet peak load in 2025?
No, sir. This is a request based on a resource analysis to meet loads in 2026.
Okay, does PNM need these resources to meet peak load in 2027?
These resources will be available for the load in years beyond 2026. And so whether there are incremental or additional resources needed in 2027, I don't have that information. Probably PNM Witness Phillips would know based on our 2023 IRP for that year.
Okay, well, absent these resources, would PNM be able to meet its peak load in 2027?
No, because we would already be short in 2026 and the requirements do not decrease in the following year, meaning
Okay.
load does not decline or there's not a decrease in requirements.
And there's no additional resources coming on in 2027?
Like I said, that would be a question better asked of PNM Witness Phillips based on what's the current planning assumptions. Assuming the resources from these applications are approved, he'd be better able to answer that question.
Okay, thank you. What is a system resource?
System resource is a resource that's available to meet our customers' energy and capacity needs.
Okay. On page 5, the application states that PNM used a robust and competitive, in this process, the PNM used a robust and competitive RFP. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. When was this RFP issued?
I believe the RFP was issued in November of 2022, subject to check, but I think that's the date.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Sandia storage project that you're seeking a CCN for?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That storage project, that's a 60 megawatt 4-hour battery capable of storing approximately 240 megawatt hours of energy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know what the estimated capital cost before tax incentives of that project is?
The capital cost, I believe that we're requesting in this case is 131 million point four.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
$131.4 million.
All right. Thank you. Has PNM performed an analysis of the rate impact on its customers of the installation of the facilities requested in this proceeding?
PNM has provided the first year annual revenue requirements associated with the solar PPA, as well as the 3 requested energy storage agreements, and as well as provided the first year revenue requirement associated with the 60 megawatt Sandia storage project.
Okay. And that was provided in discovery?
It was provided in discovery. It was also provided on page 5 of my direct testimony.
Okay. Well, let's turn to your rebuttal testimony. And we'll start at the very beginning on page 1.
Yes, sir.
You see that?
I'm there.
Okay. And you starting at the bottom of that page, you disagree with staff's recommendations regarding the ESAs and CCN, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And on page 2, getting to the top of page 2, you state disapproval of the ESAs and the Sandia Best CCN would necessitate PNM depending on the wholesale capacity and energy markets to meet our customers' needs, not only for 2026, but for future summer peak seasons until the longer-term storage solutions supported by staff are available. You see that part?
I do see that. Yes, sir.
Okay. doesn't PNM currently rely on the wholesale capacity and energy markets to meet its customers' needs?
PNM does, but we don't believe that reliance, especially to the magnitude that this would propose, is really a reasonable risk that we would want to put on our customers. And so whereas we do utilize market purchases, we don't plan our system to rely on market to meet those needs.
Okay. Now, PNM currently has a purchase power agreement with the Valencia plant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And that Valencia plant, that's part of the wholesale capacity and energy market, is it not?
No, that is a contracted resource that we rely on, similar to no different than the Quail Solar PPA that we'll be relying on here, meaning it is a firm capacity resource that we can rely on. The wholesale capacity markets we're referring to is depending on what is actually available in the hours when we need to acquire it.
Thank you. That's a useful, helpful distinction. That PPA that PNM has with Valencia expires sometime in 2028. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe November of 28.
November? Okay. And now the extent, if PNM were to extend the Valencia PPA, that could at least help PNM meet its customer needs for future summer peak seasons beyond that current expiration date, could it not?
Definitely. Any existing resource will need to be evaluated. As you said, or as we stated, the Valencia PPA is set to expire. What PNM's decision is for the Valencia PPA moving forward will need to be evaluated and proposed. If extensions are required or if the PPA were to terminate, then PNM will be obligated to propose replacement resources that may be necessary to continue to meet our customers' needs.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Monroy. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Borman.
Okay, Commissioner Ellison, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I would like to ask a few questions, please.
Okay.
Hi, Mr. Monroy. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Ellison.
I would like to ask a few questions here. These resources being requested, are you considering them as the 114 megawatt Palo Verde replacement resources?
No, sir. No, the 114, these resources that we're requesting are separate and distinct from the existing resources that have been approved related to the abandonment of the 114 megawatts of Palo Verde. So these are in addition to continue to meet our system reliability planning standards.
Okay. And in your view, do these resources being requested here flow from the 2020 IRP process?
I do think that the portfolio or the resources we're proposing in this case are in alignment with the 2020 IRP. The 2020 IRP did have an increase of solar battery storage as part of our solutions in meeting 2026 requirements back in 2020 that we filed. I believe they in total were approximately 888 megawatts of battery storage. If you look at our current existing battery storage fleet that's already been approved that will come online through this year, plus the 310 megawatts, that will bring our total battery storage to 980 megawatts in total. Whereas that is higher than the 888. I think there's other changes. For example, the planning load that was set in 2020 for 2026 was lower than what our current planning load is now for 2026, to help account for the increased amount or the difference in battery storage.
But for those reasons, I do think it is in line with the 2020 IRP.
But these resources were not specifically called for in the 2020 IRP. Is that correct?
Agree. There are definitely generic resources of energy storage in the IRP.
Because in the action plan, you did call for the Palo Verde lease replacement resources, but did not specifically call out these resources.
Right. And so the increase you see from when those resources were really to meet 2024, when those leases were to expire, you see a continued increase in needed generic solar storage facility, energy storage facilities through 2026.
And you did have several investment scenarios in that 2020 IRP, such as a technology neutral and a no new combustion scenario, correct?
That is correct. And I was referring to the no new combustion scenario, at least my
So
numbers.
what's on the table now, essentially, you would argue fits under that no new combustion scenario?
I do. I believe it is in alignment with those proposals, or forecasts, I guess is better.
Could you describe the RFP process that was undertaken?
I can. I'll give a high level of the RFP process. And then if we get too deep into it, probably PNM witness, HESLOP probably be a better avenue. But I guess I will point to my direct testimony on page 17 is really where I lay it through. But at a high level, PNM issued an RFP. We used an independent evaluator who oversaw the entire RFP process. The RFP was issued for resources that could come online by May of 2026, at least for the 2026 resource year that we are seeking for in this application. That RFP, the screening process, had 3 phases of what the RFP once the bids were accepted. That is kind of laid out on page. I'm not sure where I laid out, but it had 3 phases. One that did an initial phase that adjusted compliance with the RFP instructions. The second phase did a further evaluation regarding ensuring meeting reliability, meeting the dates, and other criteria. That created a short list. That short list then was populated through phase 3, under which we did Nick Phillips and our resource planning group did cost modeling to determine the lowest cost portfolio necessary to meet our planning standards.
Okay. Could you compare the cost of these the energy service agreement resources with the cost of the proposed company-owned storage resource in terms of the revenue requirement?
Sure. I mean, I have kind of the whole revenue requirements. Obviously, for example, the first year annual revenue requirement for the 60 megawatt Sandia battery storage is estimated at $8.6 million. There's not an equivalent 60 megawatt battery under an ESA, so you'd have to do, I don't have them on a cost comparison level, but as a relevant, the 50 megawatt or 49.5 megawatt ESA for Route 66 annual revenue requirement is 8.1 million. I would say if you're looking for a more levelized cost or eliminating the size differential, for example, probably PNM witness Phillips may have that information that he could provide to you, as that would have been how it was input into the system to determine the cost effectiveness of each resource, excuse me.
Okay, and that 8.6 million revenue requirement for the Sandia battery storage facility. You said that's a first year revenue requirement. Would you expect that to change in subsequent years?
I do, and generally speaking, for any owned utility project, you would expect the revenue requirement to generally decline over the life of the asset, primarily just as it's depreciated. With the Sandia battery storage, one of the advantages we have is under the Inflation Reduction Act, that project is eligible for investment tax credits. And the way we have modeled it, or we're proposing to model it, is to return that benefit of the investment tax credits, or ITC, over a very quick time period, over 5 years. And so if you look at the 20-year revenue requirement, the first 5 years are actually lower as we're passing back that benefit to customers very quickly. And then after year 5, once that ITC amortization expires, the revenue requirement increases accordingly. And then from that year on, and then it has a normal pattern of declining year over year.
And so that 8.6 million in the first year takes into account those investment tax credits.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And year 2 would be something similar, I would imagine, to that number.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. And let's see, the rate impact of all the resources together. Let's see, could you remind me of what you've said about that?
Sure. Yeah, no problem. On page 5, we quantified the first year annual revenue requirements for the proposals that we have here. So we've talked about 8.6 million for the 60 megawatt Sandia battery energy storage system. The PPA costs associated with the Quail Ranch Solar, so the 100 megawatts of energy, is approximately 8.4 million. The annual estimated cost for the Quail Ranch energy storage agreement is 14.7 million. For the Sky Ranch Energy Storage 2 energy storage agreement is 15.7 million. The Route 66 storage of ESA is 8.1 million. And I'm not sure if I tracked it correctly, so let me just clarify. And then if I missed it, the Quail Ranch Energy Storage ESA is 14.7. That's a lot of numbers. If you add up the impact of the ESAs, the 3 ESA agreements, plus the Quail Ranch Solar PPA, it's approximately $46.9 million. Because I know I gave a lot of numbers, but so that's 46.9 plus the Sandia battery is 8.6 million. What we have not quantified, but we would expect is these are non-fuel revenue requirements, except for the solar PPA, which will go through the fuel. We would expect some reduction in fuel costs as the batteries are run through the system and, are displacing energy and being able to replace other sources of energy when they're needed. And so we would expect a small offset in the fuel that I haven't quantified yet. But those are just the basic core numbers.
And certainly for the Quail Ranch Solar, the 8.4 million, that would be through the fuel and purchase power clause. You would expect a reduction in other forms of generation.
Exactly. I mean, and also recognizing in 2026, those energy needs are increasing. And so we'll have other, the 8.4 may also be needed to serve the load in that year. But that's exactly right. You have additional energy that potentially would displace other fuel costs.
Whereas with the storage, since they're not, actually generating new power, you'd expect most of that to be an additional cost.
They are additional costs, but only in the fact it depends what you're comparing it to. And so I would argue if the resources aren't approved, And so we don't, have authority to enter into these ESAs or the Sandia 60 megawatt. Then PNM still has the obligation to make sure we have adequate reserves to serve our customers. And so we would have to procure energy and capacity off the market, assuming it's available. And that does have a cost that would need to be collected from customers. So, whereas this is a cost of what it takes to run the system, I wouldn't say the offset is zero if we don't move forward. And I think PNM Witness Phillips ran a scenario assuming the recommendations from staff is adopted. And whereas I don't know what the on-year revenue requirement impacts is, his analysis resulted that would be a significantly more expensive cost over the 20 years to our customers, relying on those market capacity and purchases to meet our needs.
Okay. Did you analyze any other resources such as combustion turbine or reciprocating engine resources as a possible resource addition instead of one or more of the batteries?
Yeah, and definitely you should ask that of Mr. Phillips, so I don't want to misspeak, but I know there was if I recall, an aeroderivative or a natural gas turbine that was an alternative that was evaluated that would have been available for 2026. And it was not part of the lowest cost portfolio to recommend to our customers. But it was evaluated and considered that would a gas unit better serve our customers. And based on the analysis from Mr. Phillips, it would not.
Okay. I do recall you mentioned in your testimony that one of the advantages of the company-owned proposed battery, the Sandia facility, is that the project, there would be increased property taxes, which would go to the community. Would that not also be true of developer-owned projects? Wouldn't the property taxes increase for those developers as well?
Not necessarily. A lot of times developers may take advantage of like industrial revenue bonds or other types of financings or other agreements for counties or to locate in their facilities that may eliminate that benefit. So it's not a guarantee necessarily that benefit would always be the same.
So there could be a special deal between a developer and a locality is what you're saying that would cause that not to be the case.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I think that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you, Mr. Monroy.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Hearing examiner has no questions for the witness. Any redirect?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Just a couple questions, if that's all right.
Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Monroy, just to clarify a couple of things, is PNM asking for rate-making treatment in this application?
No, sir, we are not. Except for the solar PPA, which we are requesting will flow through the fuel and purchase power cost, the fuel clause. But for the ESAs and the Sandia battery storage, we are not asking for rate-making treatment.
Thank you. And there was some questioning earlier about the retirement of the Valencia plant. I believe you had mentioned that was November 2028. Are you confident about that date, or
that's what my team told me in my witness prep? But if a witness needs to correct that date, then I am sure by witness Phillips he'll be able to have the appropriate date. But that's what I was prepped for. So
okay. And just to reiterate, what is the target year for these resources?
These are to be online to meet the summer of 2026 resource need.
So assuming that Valencia will retire sometime in 2028, would it be there for the summer of 2026?
Yes. And I mean, just on the for Valencia, I know we can see him retire. It's a PPA contract we have with this, so the PPA contract expires. It's not necessarily a retirement from our perspective, but
Yes, thank you for the clarification. So in the calculations for the need for summer of 2026, was Valencia included in those calculations or assumptions?
yes, it would have been an available resource to meet our customers' needs.
Thank you. And just a couple more questions. Does the IRP rule require specific resources in the plan?
Not to my knowledge.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, that's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. The witness is dismissed.
Thank you.
Let's get Mr. Phillips ready. And while we're waiting for that, I've got 11:26. And Mr. Phillips has 75 minutes of requested time. So, Mr. Ellison, I'm sure you have some questions for Mr. Phillips. So I'm debating in my head about letting NM area have their half hour to take us into lunch, or if you would prefer to have that time slot for your questions. What is your preference, sir?
I do have a hard stop at 12 to 1, and so I could come back between 1 and 1:30. So that's really the choice, whether I do it right away or do it between 1 and 1:30.
Okay, Ms. Gould, do you have a preference? I see your hand.
Yeah, just a reminder, I waived my cross this morning.
Thank you. That's
Yeah,
right.
thank you.
Well, once we get Mr. Phillips, Mr. Ellison, I think it would probably be appropriate. Actually, if you just take us into the lunch hour.
Okay, sure. Great. I'll need to sign off just a few minutes before 12 due to this meeting that I have at that time.
Okay. And if you have additional questions once we resume at 1 o'clock, just note that. All right. Is our witness ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, proceed.
We call Nicholas Phillips and ask that he be sworn.
You're on mute, David.
Mr. Phillips, you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Phillips, can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Nicholas L. Phillips.
And can you state your place of employment, please?
I'm a director with Atrium Economics, LLC.
And Mr. Phillips, did you prepare a pre-filed direct testimony that we have marked as PNM Exhibit 7 in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you make some corrections to that were reflected in the errata that was filed in this case and admitted into evidence?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And does PNM Exhibit 7 include the corrections that you noted in your errata?
Yes, sir, it does.
And is the information that's contained in PNM Exhibit 7 true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief as corrected?
Yes, sir, it is.
And if you were asked the same questions that appear in PNM Exhibit 7, your direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir, they would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we move the admission of PNM Exhibit 7, the direct testimony of Nicholas Phillips.
Okay, request is for PNM Exhibit 7 to be admitted onto the record. Any objection? Hearing none, it is admitted.
Turning to PNM Exhibit 7, can you confirm for us that that is your pre-filed rebuttal testimony in this case?
I heard you say Exhibit 7. Exhibit
I beg
8.
your pardon. Exhibit 8, I apologize.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And if you were asked is that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir, it is.
And if you were asked the questions that appear in your rebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, sir, they would.
With that, we move the admission of PNM Exhibit 8, the rebuttal testimony of Nicholas L. Phillips.
Okay, request is for PNM Exhibit 8 to be admitted onto the record. Any objection? Hearing none, it is admitted.
We pass the witness for questioning.
Okay, Commissioner Ellison.
Hi, Mr. Phillips. How are you today?
I'm well. Good morning, Mr. Commissioner. How are you?
Good, thank you. Appreciate your appearing for some questions. I wanted to follow up on some of the questions I was asking earlier today. In your view, is the portfolio of resources being requested in this application a least cost portfolio?
Yes, sir, it is.
What other resources did you examine as alternatives?
So there was a short list of resources coming from the RFP process that was passed to the resource planning team that included a number of different solar options, energy storage options, both standalone and co-located, as well as a natural gas option. All of those different resources were evaluated through the resource planning process. And the results of our economic analysis showed that the proposed set of resources that PNM is applying for in this case were the lowest reasonable cost resources to meet the resource adequacy needs of our customers.
And so the process was that you did an all source RFP, am I correct, for resources?
Yes, sir. The RFP that was issued was an all source RFP request. For more specifics on the RFP process, I would talk with PNM witness Nagel, but through the phase 1 and phase 2 evaluation, certain resources that were offered into the RFP were eliminated due to not being complete offers or not being able to deliver to the PNM system and deliver in time to meet the resource need. That shorter list was then passed to my team for modeling, and we examined all of those resources, both in a no new combustion framework as well as a technology neutral framework. In particular, when we examined the technology neutral framework, we still ended up with the same resource portfolio for the RFP bids. The only difference was with the generic combustion turbine additions later on in the period, which did lead to a lower cost overall, but it was not a result of the 2026 RFP resources. It was those generic resources. So PNM will still continue to issue all source RFPs. We do still think that natural gas options should be evaluated and could lead to lower cost options for our customers in the future. But for this RFP, the proposed portfolio was the lowest cost to meet the resource requirement needs, both in the no new combustion and technology neutral paths.
And again, the process was that you issued this all source RFP and you took the responses that you got and you did modeling of those specific resources that were that came out of the RFP, and you specified a least cost portfolio based on those resources.
That's correct. We ran, multiple different scenarios and sensitivities. I'd have to go back and get the exact number, but I think there was on the order of 60 to 70 different scenarios that were run. And across the vast majority of those scenarios, this portfolio was the lowest cost to meet the resource needs.
Okay. What was there a reciprocating engine option that came out of that RFP process?
I believe there was a reciprocating option offered in. I do not believe that particular resource made it through the phase 1 and phase 2 screening processes. I would check with Mr. Nagel about that one in particular. There was a aeroderivative natural gas-fired turbine that made it into the short list, and that was evaluated against all of the other resources, and that did not lead to a lower cost portfolio compared to what we were proposing in this application. We did run a sensitivity where we forced that one in and still showed that that was not part of the lowest cost portfolio, but did want to examine the effects if that was to be added to the portfolio. And some of the changes in curtailments and additional emissions and things of that nature are actually presented in table NLP2 rebuttal in my testimony, rebuttal testimony.
And that aeroderivative, would that have been a hydrogen ready generator or something potentially capable of burning 100% hydrogen?
The RFP requested that, and again, I would follow up with Mr. Nagel on this, but the RFP requested that any carbon emitting resources either have a terminal date of the end of 2039, consistent with PNM's commitment to be carbon free by 2040, or show a pathway to 100% non-carbon emitting fuel to be combusted. My recollection is that there was not enough detail on how that would be accomplished, so we evaluated it as a 2039 terminal date.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wintermantel said that if the battery resources being requested were not added to the system, that it would result in a LOLE of 1.29 in 2026. I'm curious about, do you have a sense of what the PNM system LOLE is currently?
We have not done a specific LOLE analysis of the current system. In one of our recent filings with the commission, in case 3137, there's a load and resource table filed every February with the commission. We showed that we would only have 128 megawatts of reserves, or roughly a 6.2% reserve margin, based on the expected online dates of resources going into this year. Based on the analysis that Mr. Wintermantel had conducted, I would approximate the LOE to be 1 day per year. Based on that level of reserves, it's just not enough to be comfortable going into the summer season. So, PNM will need to enter into some wholesale transactions to shore up its position.
Is that primarily because a number of the replacement resources are behind schedule?
There were a few different drivers for this. One would be the delay in the replacement resources that were previously approved by the commission that have not yet come online. Perhaps Mr. Heslop or Mr. Heffington can speak more explicitly about where those resources are in their construction process. There's also been updates in the load forecast, since the 2020 IRP. Another thing that was brought about since the 2020 IRP is there's more information related to battery energy storage resource performance characteristics. In the 2020 IRP, for example, the outage rate assumptions were based on expectations provided by developers and very limited operating data. The outage rate assumed was 2%. After filing the 2020 IRP, the CAISO had produced a year's worth of operating data for battery energy storage resources on their system from October 2021 through September 2022, which showed the availability actually being closer to 90% as opposed to 98%. When we updated our ELCC study for that, that would cause a reduction in the effective load carrying capabilities and the amount of capacity contributions to meeting the resource adequacy requirements for all the previous approved batteries. Taken all together, those are the things that have occurred that have reduced PNM's position going into this year as well as some of the forward years.
So that's pretty helpful. It sounds like then that the current LOLE, you know, given some of these factors such as the delay in getting the replacement resources in and this battery storage availability reassessment, that you know, we could be looking at potentially one LOLE sort of resource adequacy number. Would you, as we get some of these additional resources online, would you expect that number to decline?
As more resources are brought online, we would expect the LOLE to decline. The 128 megawatts of reserves, or roughly 6.2% that I had referenced that was filed in the 2024 case 3137 loads and resources table, assumes that the Arroyo and Jicarilla projects are online. Those are already online. It assumes that the San Juan storage, the Atrisco storage, and the Sky Ranch storage projects, which are not currently online, are online prior to the summer. And that number does not have any forward market purchases entered into. So there will be a need for trying to secure firm forward energy purchases to increase PNM's position until additional resources, such as those applied for in this case, can come online.
And so even with these, even when these new replacement resources come online, you would still see the need to purchases.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay. Talk about the 2020.
Sorry, Commissioner, can you start again? And you're breaking up just a little bit.
Oh, okay. In terms of the 2020, IRP, you mentioned there were several portfolios examined, such as the technology neutral and the no new combustion. Were you explicitly looking for the no new combustion, or you were really open when you were doing this analysis?
We were open when we were doing this analysis. The RFP that was issued was an all-source RFP. We evaluated both portfolios that included gas and did not include gas as a part of the evaluation, and the proposed portfolio was the lowest cost to meet our resource needs. Given the pace of the transition and the need for reliable, firm, dispatchable resources, I would believe it was most prudent to continue to evaluate natural gas-fired options going forward and see how they work with the system to make sure we can reliably serve our customers.
On another topic, when you were doing the analysis, looking at the potential addition of these resources, I'm interested in what the level of curtailment was with and without these new battery resources. Is that something that you analyzed?
I don't have in front of me the total curtailments with and without the battery resources. I could point to a table in my rebuttal testimony. It's a PNM table, NLP1 rebuttal. And let me get there quickly. So just, by removal of the Sandia storage project, for example, we can see that curtailments would increase depending on the year between, say 30 and 60,000 megawatt hours. And if you were to cycle that battery once per day, I think it's roughly 87,600-ish megawatt hours that would be able to be put through that battery. So it is expected to be, charging from renewables that would otherwise be curtailed the majority of the time. I would expect that number would scale up pretty linearly with the rest of the energy storage resources, as only one of them is coming with solar. The rest would be charging from other energy, mostly solar, that's already on the system.
And so I'm sorry, you said about 30 to 60,000 megawatt hours, and that's without the new battery resources?
Yes, sir, that's correct. That was an analysis that looked at the production cost differences in a case that had the portfolio as proposed with and without the Sandia CCN project. So that one project alone would be reducing curtailments between 30 and 60,000 megawatt hours per year.
In your view, then, are these resources being requested something that comes out of the 2020 IRP process?
As Mr. Monroy had said, I believe these are also right in line with what was being expected in the no new combustion pathway. We have not added any natural gas resources, so that would be the more appropriate one to focus on, at least for comparison to this time frame and this procurement. My recollection is that if we were to look in, I think it's Appendix K, which shows the load and resource table for the most cost-effective portfolio in the 2020 IRP, by 2026 in the no new combustion case, we would have expected to see 888 megawatts of storage. 88 megawatts of those were expected to be 8-hour, not 4-hour, which would have come with a higher ELCC. So we would think if this was all 4-hour, we would have to add more of it. There was also an increase in the load forecast compared to the 2020 IRP relative today. So this is very much in line with what we were thinking about that point in time. There was no 8-hour storage that was offered into this RFP, so it was not a feasible alternative. And I've heard some questions about whether specific resources would need to be identified or just trends, so to speak. And the IRP rule at 17.7.3.8a specifically notes that it's only resource types that need to be identified. Specific resources, unless they have a firm commitment at the time of the filing, are not required to be identified.
Would you see the issue of the reassessment of the battery storage availability as a significant change to how you're calculating the reliability metrics?
I see it as a change of input. When we do the ELCC analysis, the framework is exactly the same. We are relying on more up-to-date data in order to parameterize that analysis.
Right. But it seems like it would result in a significant change in the resources required.
It certainly has increased the need of the system relative to what we knew at the time of filing the 2020 IRP. I don't believe it would raise the level of a notice of material change, if that's the question.
I'm wondering if you could quantify, you know, by how much would that one change increase the need for additional generation or additional battery storage?
Let me try to do some quick math. I need to go to PNM Exhibit NLP3 rebuttal, which is a copy of the case number 3137 filing from February of this year. And that does have the effective capacities of those resources with the updated numbers. Let me see if I can do some quick math. So for 2024, what that schedule is showing is we are counting on an effective capacity of 526 megawatts relative to 620 megawatts of nameplate. I would suspect approximately we would need to increase that 526 closer to 585 or 590 megawatts. The combined portfolio previously would probably have been closer to a 95% ELCC as opposed to an 85% ELCC. So I'm trying to do the math quickly in my head. I think that's the order of magnitude.
Okay, and so that's really, that reassessment is really what's responsible for the 85% ELCC calculation for the batteries.
That is the primary change that resulted in the drop from 95 to 85%. There would be some other things in there as well, just given the penetration levels and the starting point. But the change in the availability from the expectation versus the actual data that we were able to review would have been the primary change.
Does relying on these batteries for resource adequacy, would that change how you operate them? Would you want to have, you know, a higher level, a higher state of charge in these batteries in order to be certain that you can use them for reliability purposes?
I think that's a great question. It really hits it on the head because these are energy limited resources. And I believe, and I talk about this in my rebuttal testimony, PNM needs to take a cautious approach on how they utilize these, particularly not necessarily offering them into markets or using them to do energy arbitrage, especially in the summer seasons, to make sure that they do have the ability to call on these when needed to reliably serve their customers.
And I guess in the modeling, you know, when the ServM model was used, did they consider this in any way, whether, you know, whether the batteries are, what the battery state of charge is in assessing how they could be used for reliability, or was the assumption just that they can be used regardless of the state of charge?
No, the model would take into account the state of charge through all of the different scenarios and iterations that Mr. Wintermantle spoke of. And my understanding on the way that ServM works is, you know, so this will be a little bit in the weeds. It does a imperfect foresight dispatch based on least cost first. If there's a loss of load event, the model would go back to the start of that day and try to see if it could readjust the schedule in order to not shed load before it would actually claim it to be a load shed event.
So on the ServM model is hourly resolution, but we would be run on a daily basis such that for any given 24-hour period, it's got perfect foresight.
Even more in the weeds now. The model is actually run on a 5-minute granularity. As it goes forward in time, it sets a day ahead schedule using a load forecast that is imperfect. It then, I believe, goes to a 6-hour ahead schedule, an hour ahead schedule, and then it actually sees the real load in the 5-minute increments. If there's a load shed event, it would cycle back to the beginning of that day and try to reassess whether it could adjust those schedules in order to minimize or alleviate that event before it would actually declare it to be a load shed event.
Okay, so in that respect, we would expect the model results with the storage to be, perhaps a little optimistic that, obviously you wouldn't have that kind of perfect foresight at the beginning of a day.
Well, it does not have perfect foresight at the beginning of the day. It's taking an imperfect foresight at 24 hours ahead. It gets a little better resolution at 6 hours ahead, a little better resolution at an hour ahead, and then it doesn't see the actual load until the 5-minute schedules. I would agree that any model is going to be, based on the assumptions, and it's never going to perfectly replicate real life, but this does a reasonable job of trying to throw that uncertainty into the day ahead schedule until you get to real time.
Okay, I mean, just to be sure I understood, I thought I heard you say that if the model encounters what would be a load shedding event, it would go back to the beginning of the day to sort of reassess how it would be using the storage. Did I understand that?
It would go back and try to correct that, but it would still be seeing the imperfect load forecast. It would be trying to run the operations in a bit more of a conservative way to see if that would alleviate the constraint. And I would say, subject to, we should try to get Mr. Wintermantle to as the Servem licensor to say that as well. My understanding from running the model and speaking with Astrape is that's how it works.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm still not 100% clear. It does sound like that there is some optimism in there, but I can't really tell how much there is.
I would agree. I think that there's always a little bit of optimism in the models. It's certainly nowhere as optimistic as something with perfect foresight, but nothing replicates, the actual, day ahead and real time operations perfectly.
Okay. Well, I think that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, and with that, we are at 11:58. So my recommendation is that we break for lunch and we'll come back at 1 o'clock and continue with witness Phillips. And after Mr. Phillips, we'll have Mr. Nagel, Heslop, and Heffington. Probably only a couple hours this afternoon once we get back total for all that. So we'll have a shorter afternoon. Commissioner Ellison, are there any of those witnesses that you're gonna like to review, or?
I'm honestly not sure right now. I'll need to come back at 1 o'clock and
Okay.
assess.
All right, with that, Mr. Lee, is there anything from this morning you need clarification on?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, let's take our lunch break, everybody, and we will resume at 1 o'clock.
I'm ready when you are, Judge. Judge, how do you spell Heslop?
Heslop is Heslop.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got 1 o'clock, so Mr. Lee, let's go back on the record. Quick matter of housekeeping before we resume. Mr. Curtis, besides Mr. Nagel, can you refresh my memory of the other witnesses that you were requested cross-exam on?
Yes, your hearing examiner Mueller. It's Mr. Heslop and Mr. Huffington.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back on cross-examination with PNM witness Phillips. ABCWA requested 30 minutes. So, Mr. Harris.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I have a quick question. Examining the cross I have on Mr. Heslop, I don't think I'm going to need that amount of time. Is it possible, as has been done in some other cases, to transfer 15 minutes of the reserved time for Mr. Heslop to Mr. Phillips if I run over? Because I darn near did it before.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon, Mr. Phillips.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm here on behalf of the Water Authority this afternoon. Please turn to page 3 of your direct testimony.
All right, I'm here with you.
Okay, and this is just a general question. Reflected on page 3 is table NP-1 that shows ESAs and Sandia BESS, the battery energy storage system. Is there really any difference between the batteries of the ESAs and the BESS?
Do you mean the chemistry or the operating?
I mean, just in general, because I'm looking at it, it looks to me like batteries are batteries. Am I incorrect?
I mean, there will be differences, between batteries for the types of chemistry that are used, as well as the operating limitations, say, between the storage agreements versus the more flexible operations that would be allowed under the utility-owned resource. But for all intents and purposes, setting those things aside, batteries perform similar functions.
Yes, and that was really what I was getting to, that whether you call the Sandia BESS a BESS or an energy storage battery, they do have similar different characteristics and costs and location, et cetera, but it's still battery storage.
They are all battery energy storage.
Okay, thanks. Okay, turning to page 3 or page 7 of your testimony.
Okay.
As soon as I get there. Okay, on lines 4 to 6, there's a statement here that the system needs increasing capacity to meet the customer demand. But what is proposed in this application is 1 PPA with solar energy capacity, and the rest are batteries. So the batteries, how do the batteries address customer demand? Since they're storage devices, and they don't produce energy.
Sure. Now you had referenced lines 4 to 6 on my testimony. I'm not sure the linkage there, but I certainly can answer the question about how the storage resources will be used to serve customer demands.
Well, you know, on line 5 there, on page 5, it says will meet approval of the filing will meet multiple needs to including adding a needed capacity to meet increasing customer demand. But, you know, the capacity, as I understand it, can be energy capacity or battery storage capacity.
I apologize, Mr. Harris. I thought you had referenced me to page 7, not page 5. That's where the mix-up was.
I may have misspoke.
You're right. There is a difference between generation capacity and storage capacity. Both can be used to meet the demands of the customers. The difference would be is that in order for energy storage to meet the demands of customers, it must have energy stored in the device that was produced by a different generator and then transmitted and stored into the battery in order to be able to meet customer demands. If the battery did not have energy stored in it, it would not be able to.
No. Okay, let's turn to page 6.
Okay.
Lines 9 to 10. Okay, what's meant by the load pocket?
Well, as I referenced in that statement, that would be a reference to Mr. Dwayne's testimony. So a more specific question might need to be asked of him. The load pocket, however, is where the majority of PNM's load is located. So in particular, the Albuquerque, Santa Fe metropolitan areas would be the load pocket.
Okay, and are the 3 ESAs that are proposed in this application, will they also help reduce the transmission congestion in that load pocket?
That would be a better question for Mr. Dwayne.
Okay. Well, the reason I asked the question because I don't have any cross-examination of Mr. Dwayne. Okay, and going back to the Sandia battery energy storage, what is the total cost? Are you aware of the total cost for that storage to include capital costs, admin costs, O&M, system upgrades over the 20-year period?
I believe Mr. Monroy referenced the 131.4 million capital cost, which is a combination of capital plus owner's costs. The O&M estimates I would need to go and look up. I believe those were discussed by Mr. Heffington.
Okay, and you don't know what the total cost would be when you include the capital costs, admin costs, O&M costs, system upgrades?
Off the top of my head, I do not know. Like I said, that is discussed specifically by PNM witness Heffington. What we can say is that all of those costs were included in our resource evaluation. And as demonstrated throughout my testimony, the project is still part of the least cost portfolio, inclusive of all of those costs.
Okay, well, that's good. And how does one go about determining the cost per, what is the anticipated amount of energy that this storage is going to produce over the 20-year lifespan, so we could calculate a cost per megawatt hour to compare to the other ESAs?
Well, as we just discussed, storage does not produce energy. The megawatt hours on the ESAs are relative to the co-located solar. So even comparing the dollar per megawatt hour cost of one of those ESAs to another ESAs is not an apt comparison, as I discussed in my direct testimony. I believe at page starting on page 25, line 10, I discuss why it would be inappropriate to compare the dollar per megawatt hour cost of one ESA to another.
Right, but I thought that at least one of the ESAs were not co-located with energy capacity. And so
Correct. The Sandia battery energy storage project is not co-located.
Right, but all the other ESAs, the cost per megawatt hour are given for the three ESAs, and I didn't think that they were all co-located.
They are all co-located.
They are all co-located.
Yes, they are all co-located, but I explained in that Q&A beginning at page 25, line 10, why you can't compare just the dollar per megawatt hour cost between the contracts, because of the co-location requires you to take into account the size of the co-located storage or co-located solar. So like my example on that Q&A, if you have two identically priced battery storage projects, and the only difference is the size of the co-located solar, because you're spreading the cost over the solar megawatt hours. If you had a co-located solar project for one project that was, say, 100 megawatts and the other one is 200 megawatts, you would expect the dollar per megawatt hour cost of the co-located 200 megawatt hour solar to be half that of the 100 megawatt hour solar, because you're spreading the same amount of cost over twice as many megawatt hours.
Right. My mistake, I understood that testimony, but my mistake was I thought that some of the ESAs were not co-located. So that was my mistake. Are there any specific advantages that you can think of co-located battery storage over non-located?
Well, I think there's benefits, both to standalone and to co-located. For example, the Sandia battery energy storage project, as we started talking about, is located in the load pocket and is expected to provide some transmission congestion relief, and that may not be true for the ESAs. For the ESAs, by co-locating, you could have some synergies, some shared costs split between the two, because they would only need a common point of interconnection and perhaps some common inverters. So you would be able to decrease the total project cost by having some shared costs between the two. I discussed actually in my testimony why we couldn't actually split apart the energy storage agreement from Quail Ranch from the PPA for Quail Ranch and expect for that PPA cost to be the same, because of that exact reason, that there are common facilities that are being distributed between the two contracts.
Oh, yeah, thanks. That's helpful, because one of the things I've noticed for nationally is that there's a tendency of these battery storage projects to be co-located with energy capacity, and I was wondering why that was occurring. So it depending upon the location and needs of that system, that's why that could occur.
And prior to the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, in order to get tax credits available to the storage, it had to be co-located.
Okay, yeah, well, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, moving right along. Still on page 7. There is a you state on page 7, I believe it's line 11, that no system is perfectly reliable. There's always been a going on to line 12, chance at failures, et cetera, et cetera. I believe Commissioner Ellington asked this question. In your experience, has there been any system failures on PNM system due to lack of energy?
I would say subject to check. I believe there were some disruptions during the 2011 cold weather event. subject to check. I would have to know whether that was due to transmission or supply, but I think that was the last time something like that occurred.
Okay, because that was my next question, is if there's a failure, is the failure due to a lack of supply or a transmission congestion or whatever? But I really couldn't recall PNM losing part of its system due to a lack of energy supply.
And PNM hopes not to, and that's part of the reason why we want to move to the 0.1 LOLE standard as proposed in this application, and as part of our action plan in our 2020 IRP, is to make sure that as we go through the energy transition, we are not going to be putting our customers at risk for a lack of supply. As I did state in this testimony, nothing is 100% perfect. Nobody would want us to quote unquote gold plate the system, but we do want to make sure that we are only subjecting customers to.
Okay, I just lost some of your what you said.
Yeah, could you I think the microphone cut out or we had a glitch. If you could just repeat the last sentence or so, I believe, Mr. Phillips.
Oh, my computer has now just said the connection is unstable, so hopefully you can hear me okay. What I said is, that's the reason why we want to, as proposed in this case, move to the 0.1 LOE standard, which was also part of our 2020 IRP action plan. Nobody would want us to gold plate the system, but we do want to make sure we are not going to subject our customers to risk that would not be necessary. And so we want to bring the planning in accordance with industry standard.
Yeah. And what comes to mind now was a question I believe I asked before. And when there is a loss, what is the expected number of customers that are going to be impacted by that? Is it a system-wide loss? Or what? How does, in your experience, does that modeling works and tell you what would be the expected outcome of a loss of load?
Sure, great question, and it would depend on how short of supply the system is. If the system is only 100 megawatts short, then you're not going to have a complete system shutdown. You're going to roll through outages, as Mr. Wintermantle was talking about, curtailing some circuits.
You're breaking out again.
Yeah, hold on. We can't hear
Restoring
you
and
again.
curtailing other circuits. If the supply is something that we studied, I'm sorry, I'm in PNM's office here.
Mr. Phillips, what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow you to stop your video and just answer orally. That usually helps with an unstable connection. So to the extent that let's try that. Go ahead and stop your video. And now let's see if that improves anything. Could you we lost a couple sentences there.
Sure. So what I was saying is that the magnitude of the loss of load event would correspond to the magnitude of the supply shortage. So if there was a smaller amount of supply shortage, we would expect to see a smaller loss of load event. If it's a larger magnitude of shortage or for a prolonged period of time, the event would be a greater magnitude of event. And this is actually something that we studied in our supply side resiliency analysis, which is attached to my rebuttal testimony in, I believe, at the end of PNM exhibit NLP-5 rebuttal. And it was also Appendix N to the 2023 IRP, because just like you indicated, not all supply shortages are created equal. And you want to make sure that you're not going to overlook the fact that different supply shortages could affect a greater or lesser number of customers.
Oh, great, that helps. And in that NLP, excuse me, but I haven't had a chance to take a look at that particular exhibit. But does that exhibit reflect the outages that are expected?
That study That study was done coming out of the 2020 IRP and was done in between the 2020 IRP and 2023 IRP and focused on the hypothetical replacement of 200 megawatts of coal-fired capacity and looked at what were the different resiliency-related aspects. So examinations of loss of load events. So that's kind of a frequency-based measure, the peak megawatt shed, the expected on-served energy, and the loss of load hours, and took a look at how different types of replacement alternatives would lead to different magnitudes of potential supply shortages.
Okay, so is there anything in your exhibits or testimony that would indicate what the expected, when there is a loss of load, what the expected event would be?
In my exhibits, no, that would be something that would have to be gone back into the Serban model and pulled out from the hour by hour and 5 minute numbers from that model. What is reported in the testimony is the meeting the loss of load expectation of 0.1 LOLE.
Okay, great, that helps. Okay, let's turn to page 9 of your direct.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, I guess let me know if or when you want me to try to turn the video back on or just stay on audio.
Well, I miss seeing you, but you are clear, which is important.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think we're fine for now. Your audio is coming along crystal clear right now, so let's just continue with that pattern for now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's turn to page 9.
I'm there with you, Mr. Harris.
Okay, and on line 3, you mentioned a 3% planning reserve margin. Isn't that planning reserve margin is what has been set by the commission?
The 13% planning reserve margin that I mentioned was the result of the stipulation dating back to a 2008 case. The 2020 IRP, as accepted, utilized a 0.2 LOLE standard and indicated in its action plan that we would transition to the 0.1 LOLE standard. The resources approved in case number 21-00215-UT, the Palo Verde case, also utilized the 0.2 LOLE standard and indicated moving to the 0.1 LOLE standard as well. Also, in numerous presentations and other communications with the commission, we had been transparent about the move to the 0.1 LOLE standard, and there was no concerns raised.
Yeah, I understand that, but what is PNM's planning reserve margin at this point in time?
So in my testimony a little bit later on, I discuss why planning reserve margin is no longer appropriate for assessing the resource adequacy of PNM system. You need to actually perform a loss of load analysis using the stochastic models and then achieve your desired metric, in this case, 0.1 LOLE. Once you do that, you can imply what a reserve margin would be, but that reserve margin will change every time you recalibrate it based on the characteristics of the system, the loads of the system, the resources of the system, and where the risk hours fall. So from an accounting perspective, in this case, I can say that the reserve margin was roughly 16%, but that will change case after case as the resources of the system and the loads of the system change, which will change the risk hours. What will not change is the designated loss of load expectation metric of 0.1, unless as indicated in our IRP, that additional metrics similar to what we were discussing related to peak megawatt load shed, expected on-served energy, or other metrics become more prevalent or binding to ensure safe and reliable service to PNM's customers.
Okay, we'll get into a little bit more of that in later on at page 16. You have a figure there that shows an output of serve M being the reserve margin. What I was leading to is that if there really was a planned reserve margin of 13%, PNM had that. Would there still be an expected loss of load? And
Yes.
yeah, okay.
There's never zero risk on the system. If PNM were to plan to a legacy 13% planning reserve margin, PNM would not be able to meet the industry standard of 0.1 LOLE.
Okay. Is there any way that PNM, is there a way of determining what the difference, the expected difference of impact on customers would be between a 0.2 LOLE and a 0.1 LOLE?
I mean, certainly we would be talking about a system that is twice as much at risk for a loss of load event if you plan to 0.2 as opposed to 0.1. You know, one could assign a value for the loss of load and apply that to the megawatt hours or megawatts shed and come up with a dollar amount. We would need to agree on what that dollar amount is. It's probably different for different folks. If you're sitting at home and on a ventilator or dialysis machine that's a life support system, the loss of electricity is much different than somebody who just wants to make sure their air conditioning is running during the heat.
Thanks for being patient as I struggle through this and trying to understand it. I grew up under the old era that you had base load and peaking load and how that was supplied, which is long gone.
I would agree with you. It's getting more complex and will continue to get even more complex as we transition towards carbon free.
Yeah, the new models are difficult to understand. Do you have an estimate of the costs over the next couple decades that will be incurred for PNM to transition to a carbon-free generation?
I mean, there's many different cost numbers reported in the 2023 and 2020 IRPs. We would need to figure out what assumptions you wanted to use.
So we should look to the ongoing IRP now, the case 23-00409 case, to look at those numbers for an estimate of costs.
Yes, that is PNM's long-range plan in terms of the cost of transitioning its supply portfolio to carbon-free.
Right. Also on page 9, I believe on line 6 to 7, there is a reference to LOLP. How is LOLP? What's the definition of that?
The way that it's being used here is I think of loss of load probability modeling as being a more encompassing term that would say in that modeling, we can then pick out different metrics such as loss of load expectation, peak megawatt shed, expected unserved energy, loss of load hours. Those are all outputs that could come from what I'm using as a generic term of stochastic or loss of load probability modeling.
Well, is that what did you listen to Mr. Wintermantle's testimony?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and it was my understanding when I asked him the question, what's the basis of the loss of load expectation? My recollection was it was sort of a summation of the probabilities. So is that what the LOLP here is referring to, those probabilities that are summed into determining what the LOLE is?
I'm using this slightly differently. I'm using LOLP as an all-encompassing term for the kind of generic loss of load probability type modeling. The specific reference that Mr. Wintermantel was speaking to, and I actually have a pretty detailed discussion about this in my rebuttal testimony as well, when calculating the loss of load expectation, it's an expected value. So mathematically, that's a probability weighted sum. And you would have different probabilities for each different iteration or scenario that you run, and they would each have different loss of load outcomes. Now, that could be applied to loss of load event, as we do for loss of load expectation that Mr. Wintermantel spoke to, but it could also be applied to expected unserved energy or peak megawatt shed or other metrics. And so that's why I tried to use a more generic term here to speak about the modeling process in general.
Okay, thanks. Also on page 9 on line 16 to 18, you mentioned that renewable energy and storage provides some contribution to resource adequacy requirements, but their contribution is limited. Why is the contribution limited, and why does it decline?
That is a function of the ELCC, and maybe I can talk about it in a bit of an example. So if you want to think about solar, the very first megawatt of solar that I would add to my system would be relatively aligned with the gross peak load of the system. Not perfectly, but might provide a relatively high contribution to capacity in that sense. But as I add more and more solar to the system, the risk of the system gets shifted out to when the solar is coming off and not producing. And so each marginal increment of solar is worth less on a resource adequacy piece. The same is true for storage. The more of it you add, and you can kind of think about energy storage almost like having a can of peanut butter, and you want to spread, that peanut butter on some toast. If the very first piece of bread that I sliced is that kind of corner piece with a lot of crust on it that's kind of narrow, I can spread a volume of peanut butter on there relatively thick. But as I go further down into the loaf of bread, the same amount of peanut butter, in this case, the amount of energy in my energy storage, is spread thinner and thinner over the widening piece of load that's left. And so that means that it's less able to provide capacity contribution with each increment that's added.
Okay. Also on page 9, lines 19 going on to page 10, there's a statement as renewable resources are added, firm dispatchable resources are required to cost effectively maintain resource adequate capacity during periods of low renewable generation. Is it still true that firm dispatchable resources are needed for those periods?
Absolutely. The system will still rely on its natural gas portfolio to provide firm dispatchable generation. And as more and more renewables are added, and as we get towards carbon free, a suitable replacement for that will be needed, whether more storage on the system. That doesn't necessarily have to be, air quote, long duration storage. You can stack up a lot of shorter duration batteries and create a long duration battery, but you're going to have more ability to store volumes of storage, stored energy, in order to meet the increasing needs of the system that were previously provided by firm dispatchable resources.
At this point in time, do you believe it's even possible to achieve practicality is involved here too, to achieve 100% renewable energy to provide energy for the system?
Well, thankfully, we don't have to be 100% renewable. We only have to be 80% renewable.
Right.
According to the Energy Transition Act. the closer you get to a heavy renewable and carbon-free system, the more difficult it is. I envision there's going to be a number of challenges, but we are up to the task of moving this forward. That is the law that we have to try to meet. And we are certainly going to have to explore additional technologies and work very diligently in order to make that happen in a safe and reliable way.
Okay, great. Going on to page 13. Lines 4 to 7. The question I have is why, although you requested offers for 2027 and 28, why did you only select the resources for 2026?
Due to the timing necessary to get resources for 2026 online and serve our customers, the RFP was split and evaluated in different parts such that we could examine and bring forward a case timely to get these resources on by summer of 2026. The evaluation for the 2027 and 2028 deliverable resources is still ongoing. Should there be a need for those resources defined, PNM will bring another case forward.
Okay, let's flip over to page 16. And in the questions I had on this figure, NLP-1, I noticed that there is an output on the SERV-M at 0. The block 0 is that there is a planning reserve margin output. What is that used for?
So I would also say that this is described in much more detail in my rebuttal testimony around page 24 and 25. The way that the models work is SERV-M is run initially, and you pick your desired loss of load expectation metric, or if you were to use something else, you could use something tied to EUE, expected on-serve energy, or otherwise. But you target that. From that target in simulating the model, you can then figure out the amount of perfect capacity needed to achieve that 0.1, in this case, 0.1 LOLE. That perfect capacity need is going to be based on the underlying system characteristics, the loads, the resources, and as such, the risk hours that are created. Right now, the risk hours are expected to be predominantly in the summer net peak period. From an accounting point of view, you can then take that perfect capacity need to achieve your desired loss of load metric and relate that back to the system peak hour and say this is an accounting type planning reserve margin. But every time you recalibrate, given the changes in your resource portfolio, that planning reserve margin to achieve the desired LOLE metric can change.
Okay. I'm starting to finally understand some of this. Okay, moving right along, let's go to page 27.
Okay.
Okay, looking at this graph up here, I see at the top, top left, a fixed price ESA as bid, and I see a 7.288B. Is that billion?
I'm Unfortunately, I think you're looking at the uncorrected version of my testimony, but yes, the B would denote billions.
Okay, so what is it corrected to?
7.301 billion.
These are large numbers.
Well, that is a net present value over 20 years.
Okay. Okay, I can understand that. Let's go to your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's a repeat of some of the questions I've had before. It was like on page 10. Lines 13 on. And you know, the question I had was what's the price risk involved in these loss of load events? And I believe that you answered that by saying that was in one of your exhibits.
No, I never indicated that there was a price equivalence of the loss of load events. I said if we were to agree on what the value of lost load was, we could put dollars to it. But you know, again, my analogy being that it might be expressed differently for folks who are on life support at home versus those who are just wanting to make sure that they can keep the air conditioners running. So we would need to figure out what the dollar amount to apply would be first that we could all agree on. Nobody wants to be without electricity. It's fundamental. And so moving to the 0.01 LOLE provides a reasonable level of risk there to ensure that those things shouldn't happen.
Right. Okay. But, I'm looking at the questions I had, for the rebuttal, but I think they've been answered by your answers in your direct. Okay. So I appreciate your testimony. That concludes my cross.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Borman.
Yes, thank you. I do have some cross. Good afternoon, Mr. Phillips.
Good afternoon, Mr. Borman.
Absent the resources requested by PNM in this proceeding, is there a significant difference in PNM's resource availability between 2025 and 2026?
I guess I'm not following your question. By availability, you're talking about the generator performance, or what do you mean by availability?
Well, how much generation will PNM have available to meet its projected load in those years?
So we could go to my exhibit PNM exhibit NLP 3 rebuttal, and that's the case 3137 filing made earlier this year. That does not include the resources proposed in this case, and I'm trying to get there really quick so I can say exactly what the numbers are.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there early. That's attached to your rebuttal testimony, right?
Yes, sir. Page 7 of 8, PNM exhibit NLP 3 rebuttal. And so what we would be showing in that case is that we would have a roughly 64 megawatts of reserves expected, or a 3% reserve margin in 2025. And if we did not do anything in this 2026 case, we would be at roughly 83 megawatts of reserves, or a 3.8% reserve margin in 2026. that's predominantly related to the addition of the tag storage and solar facilities that were recently approved as a part of the data center procurement.
Okay,
We would be at significantly lower levels of resources than would be comfortable, and PNM would need to go out and procure additional resources through the market if they're available.
can you tell me again what line that's on? I think I'm on page 7 of 8, right?
Page 7 of 8, yes, sir. And the lines that show the total megawatts of reserves and then the reserves expressed in a percentage are lines 51 and 52.
Okay, so that's right. Okay. I see that. Okay. And then, am I correct that this exhibit also shows PNM's forecasted peak demand in 2025 and 2026?
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's presented on line 4. It does say net system peak demand, but that should not be confused with net load, net of renewables. That is as seen at the meter. So net of energy efficiency and behind the meter photovoltaics, not the utility scale renewables.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I get to go back to my questions. So you might have heard when I was talking with Mr. Monroy earlier, I think he deferred a question to you. And that question had to do with me asking him about page 1 of the application, where it states this application requests the commission approve the resource additions necessary to meet peak load requirements in 2026. Do you recall hearing me talk to him about that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and I think he was able to answer whether or not PNM needed these resources to meet peak loads in both 2025, 2027. And if you heard differently, please correct me.
The only clarification I would make is that, while PNM would need resources as shown in this table being PNM Exhibit NLP 3 rebuttal, prior to 2026, the resources proposed in this application would not be available to deliver by then. PNM certainly would need those to serve customers in 2026 and beyond. There may be additional requirements for additional, load growth or retirements or expirations of contracts that would create needs above just these resources.
Okay. And so it would be true that PNM would need these resources also to meet its peak load in, say, 2030. Is that correct?
Yes, our expectation, we would utilize these resources for the life of the resources or for the duration of the contracts to serve our customers.
Okay. Now earlier also in response to a question from Commissioner Ellison, you referred to an instance where you stated a notice of material change was not necessary because there was no material change to make notice of. Do you recall that discussion?
I believe it was said a little bit differently, but yes, I remember the discussion.
Well, then can you characterize for us how you did say it? Because I want to get this accurate.
What Commissioner Ellison was asking about is, did I believe that the change in the battery resource availabilities was significant? And I said, I do believe it's significant, but did not raise to the level that would require a notice of material change.
Okay, and recognizing that you're not an attorney, what would be the level that would qualify for a notice of material change?
I would have to rely on the plain reading of the rule, which would indicate the notice of material change would have to change the PNM action plan.
Okay,
and there was nothing in the action plan related specifically to the battery availabilities. We had indicated that we were going to make, I went to the PNM 2020 action plan. The things we talked about was continuing to monitor these resources. I could pull the action plan up here very quickly if that's useful, but can continue to monitor the ability for these resources to provide capacity contributions to the system. And so I think what we were doing was in line with that.
Okay. Now, I don't need you to pull the action plan, but you did work on both the PNM 2020 IRP and the PNM's 2023 IRP. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, and so as a result, you're familiar with those IRPs.
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you familiar with the amount of solar resources reported for 2026 in the 2023 IRP?
Generally familiar. I don't have the specific number in front of me, but I do know that it went up compared to what was in the 2020 IRP.
Okay. Did it go up, say, 500 megawatts?
I believe that was what was referenced in staff witness Zigach's testimony, and I'll accept that, subject to check.
And if you would, that would have been identified in Appendix K of the IRP, is that correct?
Yes, the Appendix K would be the load and resource table for the most cost-effective portfolio.
Okay. If you know, is PNM's resource adequacy concern in this filing due to capacity limitations or production ramping flexibility constraints?
It's capacity limitations.
Okay. Does PNM have concerns about its system having insufficient energy in 2026 and subsequent years?
PNM system currently is not energy constrained, it's capacity constrained. That will likely change over time. That's why the predominant resources in this portfolio are energy storage resources, not generation resources.
Do 4-hour batteries provide firm capacity?
4-hour batteries are capable of providing firm capacity for the duration that they have stored energy to discharge to the system. Our ELCC modeling shows that they are roughly right now at 85% ELCC. So for load serving purposes, we can count on them for roughly 85% of nameplate.
For that 4 hours?
The resources could actually discharge at their full nameplate for 4 hours, so they could provide 100% for 4 hours.
Okay.
You can discharge them slower. The ELCC, the easiest way to think about an ELCC is the amount of perfect capacity that the resource can provide relative to the risk hours. And so the risk hours are relatively concentrated right now for the expectation in 2026 and the summer net peak. And because of the concentration of risk hours, the batteries can provide firm capacity for a good portion of those.
Do wind and solar PV generation resources produce flat generation profiles?
I'm sorry, did you say flat?
Flat, yes.
No, they do not produce flat generation profiles.
Okay. Do large commercial and industrial customers generally have flat load profiles?
It really depends on the customer. I think that PNM's system average load factor is in the 55 to 60% range, and we construct our resources to meet system needs, not individual customer needs.
Okay. So if we turn to your rebuttal, pages 41 and 42, can you do that?
Yes, sir. Just give me 1 second to get there.
Okay.
'41 and 42. I'm with you, sir.
Okay. There you note that there are specific provisions in PNM's contract with the special service customer that require that there be no net adverse impact on other PNM customers. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Would you agree that the fact that there is a provision in a contract stating this, that there should be no adverse impact, does not guarantee that there is in fact no adverse impact on other customers?
I believe the determination for whether there is no net adverse impact is left for the general rate reviews. I think that came out of the last rate proceeding.
Okay, that's fair. Now, the parties would actually have to take certain actions or avoid certain actions to ensure that there's no net adverse impact. Is that correct?
And that's what the review of the contract in those terms for the general rate case would be, for the purposes of examining the resources that had been procured. As a part of my testimony in the last two procurement proceedings, we analyzed the resource adequacy of the system relative to those procurements and ensured that there was no deterioration of the resource adequacy of the system due to the procurements created by the special service contract.
Yes, but you have to, I mean, in order to guarantee or to ensure that there's no adverse impact, there must be you must either take some action or avoid taking an action that would create that adverse impact, correct?
Maybe I'm not following you. The protection, I understand it, is there to ensure that, if folks believe there is need of a review, it can be done to demonstrate that there is no net adverse impact. As of right now, there has not been any demonstration of net adverse impact.
Okay. I think we're probably talking past one another. I guess what I'm asking is, the provision in the contract of this does not in and of itself make it so. Is that correct?
No, sir, I agree with you there. It is a
Okay.
protection provided contractually by the special service contract customer to all the other customers on the system.
Okay, thanks. Now, as you know, in preparing your rebuttal, you reviewed staff witness Zigich's testimony, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you saw all of his exhibits and the tables, graphs, et cetera, that he included in his testimony?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Did you identify any errors in those tables or graphs or charts?
Fundamentally, they are only based on average values, average capacity factors, average loads, and as such cannot be relied upon whatsoever for the determination of need or for to say that there is no need. They just aren't the right analysis.
Okay, you have no problem with the actual, I guess let's call it doing the math that he did, but you don't think that that particular math is helpful in this case. Is that a good way to characterize it?
The math that is presented is not relevant to this case. Now, in terms of double checking the math based on the description, I didn't go in that hard. There was a lot of hard coded values that I didn't source to ground,
Okay.
but because of the fact that it is not the right type of analysis, I didn't need to do that detailed check.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I have just kind of a overview question to ask, really. When Commissioner Ellison was asking you what the current LOLE was, your estimate was that it's around 1.0. And I think you stated that PNM obviously would make that up on, the wholesale capacity and energy market, buying energy. The projection that's raising eyebrows for 2026 is 1.29. What separates today's version of 1.0, we'll just get that on the secondary market, versus 1.29 and 26, whoa, we need to do something about that? Or is it just PNM's desire to make itself independent of the wholesale capacity and energy market? Is there a difference, or?
I think I understand your question. Just to make sure I'm crystal clear, why is 1.0 okay today, but 1.29 not okay in 2029? And the simple answer is that 1.0 is not okay today. PNM will need to take actions to try to procure capacity and energy from the wholesale market to serve our customers. And there's risk both in terms of price and market liquidity as to whether that would become available. You don't want to ride the market indefinitely. PNM cannot construct resources overnight. The earliest we can bring resources on is by 2026. And so PNM is taking the action necessary in this application to reliably serve its customers at lowest reasonable cost.
Okay. So really there's really not a difference, like, let's say today's code orange and we're trying to avoid code red. It's really, we'd like to avoid having to buy from the secondary market, which is admirable. Yeah, which is an admirable reason. But you would say that that's probably the primary principle for this application, is so that PNM gains greater independence. Would that be accurate?
PNM needs to have enough resources under its direct control to serve its customers reliably. And there is a premium in the market. Right now the forward trading is, over $150 a megawatt hour. And that's if you can get the power. And so we don't want to be put in a situation where we're continuing to roll the dice on being able to procure market power at whatever the price might be in order to serve our customers. We want to make sure that we can count on the resources under our control to serve our customers reliably and at low cost.
Yep. Okay, no further questions. Redirect.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Examiner. I have a few follow-up questions on redirect with Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips, you've used a phrase risk hours, and can you explain in a little more detail what is meant by that and the significance of it?
Yes, I can, and perhaps a reference to my exhibit PNM exhibit NLP rebuttal 2, which is a resource adequacy presentation to the commission in case number 21-00159-UT, consolidated with 21-00260-UT. And if I go to page 6 of that exhibit, and there are similar exhibits in the 2020 IRP Appendix M, which is attached to my testimony as well, my rebuttal testimony. This shows a heat map of what the risk hours are for the system. And those risk hours, in order to meet loss of load event criteria, resources have to be able to provide contribution to those risk hours. And those risk hours will change over time as the system loads and resources change over time. So the figure that I just referenced shows a 2025 risk expectation. And then if we were to similarly go to, I'll need to find it here. I believe it's PNM exhibit NLP 5 rebuttal, which is the 2020 IRP, and toward the Appendix M from that. And towards the end of there, you can see on page 45 of 49 how that risk profile might change over time as we get closer and closer to carbon free. And you can see that the risk shifts away from summer net peak and into early morning hours. And so that's the risk hour and what we mean by risk hours and how the dynamics will change over time. And if we think back to Mr. Harris's discussion on planning reserve margin, thinking about the 2040 risk profile there and how resources would provide contributions to those risk hours, at that point, solar would have an ELCC of 0 because there's no more risk in the solar hours. And so when you think about then stacking up a planning reserve margin to those risk hours, it might look very, very different from where we are today.
Thank you. You were also asked by Mr. Borman about whether PNM's current resources have enough energy versus capacity. Can you tell us the difference between energy and capacity and why both are important?
Sure. Energy you can think of as being over time. If I had a resource that could produce 1 megawatt indefinitely, over time I can have as much energy as I want. But if I need to serve my customers to meet their instantaneous peak demands, that's where I need to have enough capacity in order to supply energy at a specific amount of time to meet that instantaneous peak. Because electricity, is a very interesting commodity in that, except for battery storage, we have to consume it instantaneously as it's produced and balance the system in real time. So having that amount of capacity is fundamental to being able to serve customers reliably, even if you have enough energy over time.
And let me ask, in terms of batteries, what function do they provide with regard to providing capacity?
They allow us to take periods where we have surplus energy and move it to more critical times where we don't have that energy and need to use it to serve our customers. So it gives us the ability to make sure that we can take that critical energy and use it at the right times.
And in the question that the hearing examiner posed is, what is PNM? Why is 1.0 LOLE, which we're dealing with now, something that PNM is living with, but PNM has indicated in 2026 the 1.29 is not something that PNM wants to live with. I want to ask is we talked about how to fill the gap with market purchases. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir, I do.
So what effect on PNM's need for market purchases will approving the resources that are presented in this case have in 2026?
It should reduce significantly the need for market purchases and turn them into economic decisions as opposed to reliability decisions. And fundamentally, when we're talking about reliability, and I heard a question actually earlier, about the modeling of the contracts, right, and the equivalent cycles, you can pay a penalty to go beyond that. And of course, you would do that if it meant the difference between paying a penalty and serving customers. And if you're in a situation where you're leaning on the market for reliability, and the difference there being is if I don't have this, I just have too much risk in serving my customers, it makes me a price taker, and that's not where you want to be.
Well, and that was going to be my next question is, from a cost standpoint, a comparative cost standpoint, how do the proposed resources in this case compare to what you would anticipate the cost to buy on the open market?
It would be significantly less. If I needed to go out, and the way the typical markets trade in the West, it's not a liquid market. You've got to go out and buy blocks. And if I needed to go and buy blocks of firm energy, I'm going to be paying $150 to $200 a megawatt hour, not just for a very small subset of hours, but for a lot of hours, and then having to resell that energy and probably not recouping all of the costs there. And that only covers me for my summer periods. I'm still going to need to potentially do some things outside of the summer where these resources will significantly reduce or eliminate the need to purchase that firm energy, and instead will allow me to make economic decisions to best serve my customers at the lowest reasonable cost.
And is there a risk of availability when you rely on the market?
Absolutely. And that gets to some of the questions we heard at the very beginning about the import limits and what happened in 2020 during the geographic widespread heat wave that affected the entire West. If power was available and there were times where you could only get 25 or 50 megawatts, it was priced at $1,500 a megawatt hour. And sometimes people didn't have it to sell you, even though they wish they could, because the prices were so high. So as more and more firm dispatchable generation is retired throughout the West, we are going to see greater and greater periods of scarcity, especially in those critical need hours in the late afternoon and early evenings. And we don't want to be put in a situation where we're a price taker at any point.
And to follow up on questions that Mr. Harris asked about the 13% reserve margin that was part of the stipulation as you describe it in 2028. What has happened between, I said 2028, 2008. What has happened between 2008 and now with respect to PNM system that you don't believe that the reserve margin is an appropriate measure of reliability?
Absolutely not. At the time that reserve margin was stipulated to, the system had very little renewable energy facilities on it. It was predominantly a firm dispatchable system that was controllable. Since that time, there's been increases in the renewable portfolio standards, and then there's the Energy Transition Act. There's been retirements of firm dispatchable resources like San Juan, and more variable intermittent and energy storage resources coming on, which, as I discussed in my rebuttal testimony, as well as attached to their a paper from the Energy Systems Integration Group that talk about why planning reserve margin alone is just not the appropriate way to look at this. You really need to do a detailed, complex, stochastic analysis to perform system resource adequacy assessments.
And my last question, I'll need to ask the indulgence of the hearing examiner, but there was some question raised about when the Valencia PPA expires. And for the sake of the clarity on the record, can you provide us the time frame, at least month and year, when that PPA expires?
It's May of 2028.
Those are my questions on redirect, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other requests for questioning? Hearing none, the witness is dismissed. Thank you, Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, sir.
PNM may call its next witness.
Yes, I'm looking on the screen for Mr. Nagel. I don't know. Have you let him in? Perhaps he's tried to access.
I don't have anyone in my waiting room currently.
Okay. He is calling in remotely. He's not.
He's in my waiting room. Admitting him
Excellent.
down.
Okay, very good.
All right, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we call Roger Nagel as our next witness and ask that he be sworn.
Okay, Mr. Lee. You're on mute.
Mr. Nagel, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Mr.
Thank you,
Nagel.
sir.
Oh, I apologize, Mr. Lee. Mr. Nagel, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Roger W. Nagel.
And Mr. Nagel, where are you employed?
I'm a principal with Ion Energy LLC.
And Mr. Nagel, did you prepare pre-filed direct testimony in this case that we've marked as PNM Exhibit 9?
Yes, I did.
And is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
And if you were asked the questions that are set forth in your testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we move the admission of PNM Exhibit 9, the testimony of Roger W. Nagel.
Okay, request is for PNM Exhibit 9 to be admitted onto the record. Any objection? Hearing none, it is admitted.
We pass the witness. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you. Mr. Nagel, my name is Stephen Curtis. I'm an attorney representing the New Mexico Building Trades Commission, and I just have a few questions for you. And I want to be respectful of everybody's time today, so I want to make sure I'm asking the questions of the right person. But my understanding from your testimony is that you were involved in the RFP process for these projects. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if I have specific questions about the contracts that resulted, those should be from witness Mr. Heslop. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So looking at the RFP process, if you could please turn to page 35 of your direct testimony, starting with line 5 and going through line 18, and let me know when you're there.
Okay, I am there.
Okay, and this is answering a question regarding the applicability of section 62-13-16, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree, based on the timing of this RFPs in this proceeding, that that applies to these projects. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be my understanding.
And in your answer, you indicated that through the bidder clarification questions, the RFP administration team confirmed each bidder's intent to comply with the requirement. Did you undertake any effort to determine each bidder's ability to comply with the apprenticeship requirements as part of the RFP process?
No, what the RFP process did include was a form that the bidders had to fill out regarding, their approach and intent for fulfilling these requirements. I can say that, I was involved with the negotiation of the contracts as well. The contracts that we executed does have the requirement that they comply with the apprenticeship requirements of the Public Utility Act.
Is the form that you just referenced part of the record in this proceeding?
I don't believe it is.
Is the form that you just referenced form a part of the contract that ultimately resulted with the winning bidders?
No, it is not.
Based on the submissions of the forms, were you able to determine, either you or PNM, able to determine whether each of the winning bidders were in fact able to comply with the apprenticeship requirement of the Act?
A lot of the bidders are developers, and they will depend upon EPC contractors to build the projects for them. So until they select those EPC contractors, it is a bit difficult to fully confirm that they would be able to fulfill those requirements.
Okay, but is it the expectation that they would be able to fulfill those requirements?
It is the expectation, correct.
And again, to be respectful of your time, I'm going to move on. If you wouldn't mind to turning to Exhibit RWN-4, which is part of your testimony. And I'm going to ask you to turn to page 16 of 44, which is section 3.3.
Sorry, I'm still finding Exhibit 4. Okay, and which page?
I believe it's 16 of 44.
Okay. All right, I am there.
And is in here towards the bottom of that, it says respondent shall identify an attachment J or EPC attachment G as applicable, the extent to which they advertised or investigated the availability of qualified apprentices. Are those documents part of the record in this proceeding?
They are not, no.
Are those documents part of the contract that ultimately resulted between PNM and the bidders?
No, they are not.
Based on the submissions that you received in those documents, were you able to determine whether or not the bidders made an effort in order to determine the availability of apprentices?
We essentially had to rely upon their responses for the evaluation. So we did not do a detailed investigation of their ability.
Do you have any reason to believe that any of the winning bidders would be unable to comply with the apprenticeship requirements?
No, I would not.
Okay. And you're aware that the apprenticeship requirements in that section is part of the Public Utility Act, correct?
Correct.
And that is part of the act that was added by the Energy Transition Act specifically, correct?
Correct, right. And again, the executed contracts do have commitments that they will comply with this. The Sandia project, the EPC project also has requirements that they will fulfill any requirements associated with the investment tax credits under the IRA as well for that project.
Thank you. And just to confirm, my specific questions I have about those contracts, I should address to Mr. Heslop, correct?
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for the witness. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Borman.
I do not have any questions for Mr. Nagel.
Okay. Any redirect? Okay, you were muted, but by the shaking of your head, I take it you did not. The witness is dismissed.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hearing.
I've got 2:19 on my phone right now and we've got probably about 50 minutes for Mr. Heslop. Let's go ahead and take our 10-minute break then. And we'll reconvene at 2:30 to finish off for today. Okay? We'll see off the record and back on at 2:30.
Thank you.
I'm ready when you are, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Okay, I have 2:30 on my phone, so let's get everyone back. PNM, go ahead and call your next witness.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner. In the interim, we did have PNM's IT department look at sort of the witness setup. I think we're good to go with visual and also the audio.
Okay, thank
Things
you.
have been addressed, but we call Mr. Jeremy Heslop and ask that he be sworn.
Okay, Mr. Lee, swear in.
Mr. Heslop, will you please raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter not opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Heslop, can you please state your name for the record?
Jeremy Heslop, Heslop.
And where are you employed?
Public Service of New Mexico.
Mr. Heslop, did you prepare pre-filed direct testimony in this case that we've marked as PNM Exhibit 10?
Yes, I did.
And did you have some corrections to that testimony that were reflected in the errata that was filed in this case?
Yeah, the errata did correct a few things, but what is in the Dropbox should be the correct one.
So PNM Exhibit 10 includes corrections, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And with those corrections, is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
And if asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same as they are in your testimony?
Yes, they would be.
We move the admission of PNM Exhibit 10 into evidence.
Request is for PNM Exhibit 10 to be admitted onto the record. Any objection? Hearing none, it is admitted.
And Mr. Heslop, did you also prepare supplemental testimony in this case that we've marked as PNM Exhibit 11?
Yes, I did.
And was that also corrected?
I believe it was corrected. Yeah.
And does the version of PNM Exhibit 11 include the corrections?
Yes, it does.
And with the corrections that have been made, is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
And if you were asked the questions today as they appear in that testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would be.
Mr. Examiner, we move the admission of PNM Exhibit 11, the supplemental testimony of Jeremy Heslop.
Request is for PNM Exhibit 11 to be admitted onto the record. Any objection? Hearing none, it is admitted.
With that, we tender the witness.
Okay, thank you. And ABCWUA, Mr. Harris.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Ms. Heslop.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I only have a very few softball questions, so you should have a short day. Please turn to your direct testimony, page 4.
Okay.
Okay, and then there's a sentence starting on line 16 that goes to, concludes on line 18. In that sentence on line 17, there is a reference to non-price evaluation factors. What are those factors?
Yeah, so a list of the non-price factors are included in PNM Witness Nagel's exhibit number 4, I believe. Some of those non-price factors would be, the maturity of the technology, their experience with that technology, permitting, how far along in the permitting process are they, their credit worthiness. There's a handful of non-price factors.
Thanks. Okay, continue on page 4. Sentence starting at line 19, going down to 23. There's also a reference on line 22 to additional non-price factors. What are they?
Those are pretty much the same non-price factors. This is after the system modeling is complete. And as we're selecting our resources, then we go back and evaluate all the non-price factors, very similar to the phase 2.
Okay, thanks. Turning to page 12. Starting at line 20 and then continuing on to page 13, line 1. And the question is really on page 13, which it is what's deemed delivered energy.
Yeah, so deemed delivered energy is, for example, a solar facility. Deemed delivered energy is energy that is available to be put on the system, but is not for various reasons, including like a curtailment. So if a solar facility could deliver 100 megawatts, but there is a curtailment, that would be considered deemed energy.
Okay, great. And I skipped a page. Going back to page 11. And then going on to page 12. And that start with line 13. And my question is that in those lines you address energy payment rates for the 3 ESAs. And my question is, there is a significant difference in those energy rate payments. What accounts for those differences?
Yeah, so I think PNM witness Phillips did a wonderful job explaining that. I believe in his direct testimony, he even has an example of that. All things considered, if the battery system is the same size, but the solar is twice as large, then you would expect nearly a double the price in the megawatt per unit.
And that's reflected in those numbers.
Yes.
Okay. And then my last question, what page is that on? Page 19. At the top of the page, there's a question and then there's an answer going from lines 1 to 10. It doesn't seem to me that the answer directly answers that question. Could you give another shot at that?
Yeah, so the question is, could PNM owned resources have been constructed as alternatives, right?
Right.
And so a lot of that just has to go through the bids that we received, the evaluation that we receive. I think it's very clearly spelled out, especially by PNM witness Nagel, the process going through phase 1 and phase 2. And then when we get to phase 3, then that is all under a system modeling performed by PNM witness Phillips.
Yeah, I understand the process, but could PNM owned resources have been constructed as alternatives?
Yeah, so I guess I I understand that as whatever projects we have in our system, the modeling is going to select that. And so as part of the portfolio that we're proposing, the system modeling selected various ESAs, which are not PNM owned, but then it also included a PNM owned.
Okay,
So
so
ultimately, it's the system modeling that
the system
determine that.
chose what it did, and it didn't choose all of the PNM owned resources.
No.
Okay. Well, that concludes my questions. Thanks for your answers.
Mr. Harris.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harris. Mr. Curtis.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Harris. My name is Stephen Curtis. I'm attorney representing the New Mexico Building Trades Council, and I have a couple of questions about some of the exhibits to your testimony.
Okay.
I would actually ask you to start by turning to exhibit JWH2, which I understand to be the Quail Ranch Solar PPA.
Okay.
And once you get there, I'm going to ask you to take a look at Article 10.1, construction of the project. Let me know when you're there. All right. So the last sentence of that reads, during the construction phase of the project, sellers shall employ apprentices as set forth in and at levels required by the New Mexico Public Utility Act. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And just for clarification, I believe that there's apprentice requirements that are part of the Public Utility Act are 62-13-16 in MSA. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And that was added to the Public Utility Act by the Energy Transition Act, correct?
And I do believe it's for any solicitations after July 1st of 2020. So yes.
And that would apply to all of the projects that are part of this proposal that we're here today for.
Correct, yes.
Okay. So my question then is, would it be a breach of the contract if Quail Ranch Solar LLC failed to comply with section 62-13-16, the apprenticeship requirements in the Public Utility Act?
So I believe it's 17.1, where it talks about applicable laws. It talks about each party should comply with the laws. And so if this is part of the Public Utility Act, which I consider it is, each party is under the obligation to comply with that law.
And you specifically required them in this contract to, during the construction phase of the project, to employ apprentices in the level set forth in the Public Utility Act, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what would be the consequence if Quail Ranch Solar LLC failed to comply with the apprenticeship requirements of the Public Utility Act?
Yeah, and I think Article 12 has several of our defaults. I would need legal interpretation on truly understanding the defaults of it.
And you were involved in negotiating this contract, though, correct?
I was, yes.
Okay. And what do you view as the principle would be the remedy you would seek as PNM if the developer breached the contract by failing to comply with the apprenticeship requirements of the Act?
Objection, Mr. Examiner. I may
Basis
state.
of the objection?
Yes, Rick Alvidrez for PNM objection. I've given a little latitude around this, but I do object based on foundational grounds because the witness is not a lawyer and indicated that he would need to consult with a lawyer about events of default and what process the company might follow. So
I'll agree with you. It's a legal conclusion. I'll allow him, that is a basis for a legal conclusion, but I'll allow him to answer in his opinion, noting that obviously that is not a legal conclusion.
Okay. So I believe under Article 12, like I mentioned, there are several defaults. And so give me a minute to scroll down. I apologize. So I guess one area where I would consider this applicable is 12.1B, subsection 4, where it talks about a seller's failure to comply. It has a material adverse impact on the buyer.
Okay.
And so with this, we would issue a notice of default, and then there is a time period that they could resolve it.
Okay. And okay, so that leads to my next question, which is what could PNM do to ensure compliance? And I think you just answered you could provide a notice of default, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there any reporting requirements as part of this contract to PNM as to apprentices and efforts to obtain apprentices?
So I would have to, again, I need more of a legal interpretation, but how I understand the law, it's written between the developer and I believe it's the Department of Workforce Solutions. And so us as the buyer, we're not really the enforcer. However, we very much will work in conjunction to make sure that they do comply with that requirement of right now 17.5% apprentices.
Okay.
And so we could, require that on monthly reporting and such. However, the enforcement would probably be between the developer and the Workforce Solutions.
Okay. So are there currently any provisions in the contracts between, and first of all, having reviewed them, is my belief that JW2 through JW5 all have the same or similar provisions in it. Is that correct?
Yes, very, very similar.
Okay. Are there in any of these contracts currently any reporting requirements either to PNM or to the PRC or to the Department of Workforce Solutions regarding apprenticeship utilization during the construction phase?
There is monthly reporting required, but I do not believe it specifically requires apprenticeships, that percentage.
And since you mentioned the Department of Workforce Solutions, are you aware of the regulations they have issued implementing this provision of the Public Utility Act?
I am not.
Okay. Are you aware that if they determine that there's been a failure, that they will refer the matter to the Public Regulatory Commission, advising the commission that the project is not in compliance with the provisions of the Energy Transition Act?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, well, what would the consequence to PNM be if the developers of these projects, if the Department of Workforce Solutions notify the Public Regulation Commission that this project was not constructed in compliance with the Energy Transition Act?
I guess it would ultimately depend on what happens to the project. If construction stops, we don't have that resource. PNM would be, we're obligated to meet the energy needs of our customers. And so we would either have to go out to market or build a new project.
Okay. So with bearing that in mind, do you believe it's possible that you could require monthly reporting of their compliance with the Energy Transition Act and the apprenticeship requirements?
We can require that, or we can ask them of that, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to turn now to another agreement that's in the record that you're a sponsoring witness for. This one is different, however. This one is JWH-6, which is the Sandia Storage Project EPC.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to be as mindful of everyone's time as I can. Starting on page 3, which is part of the definitions, you have a definition of apprenticeship requirements. Do you see that?
Apologize, almost 1,200 pages. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, I believe the PDF, I believe the exhibit starts on 610 of the 1,184 page PDF.
Okay.
And I was on page 3 of that. So it should be around 613-ish.
Okay.
Which is part of the definitions. Do you see the definition of apprenticeship requirements?
Correct.
And my understanding is section 48A11 of the code is referring to the Internal Revenue Act. Is that your understanding? Or do you have an understanding?
I do not have an understanding of that.
Okay.
contract.
All right, well, let's turn to page 11 and specifically the definition of, I'm sorry, excuse me, page 13 and the definition of New Mexico apprenticeship requirements. Do you see that?
Okay, yes.
And we've already looked at, there's a separate definition for apprenticeship requirements. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, let's go back a couple pages to labor requirements, which is collectively the prevailing wage requirements, and if the good faith efforts exception does not apply with respect to the project, apprenticeship requirements. Do you see that?
That on page 10? Is that?
I think it's on page 11. It's the definition of the word labor requirements.
Oh, labor requirements. Okay, yes.
Do you know why the definition of labor requirements under this contract does not include New Mexico apprenticeship requirements?
I do not. I do not know that.
Okay. And then on, excuse me, I'm going to jump ahead now to page, I think it's around page 50. It's section 11.8.
Page 50.
I think it's
Okay.
section 11.8 NMPUA apprentices. Do you see that section?
Okay.
Right. And again, similar to the other contracts that we were looking at previously, this says contractors shall comply with the New Mexico apprenticeship requirements. Is that correct?
Correct.
So would it be a breach of the contract if the developer or the contractor did not comply with those?
Again, subject to a legal interpretation. That's how I would read this contract.
Okay. On the next page, we have section 11.9 called IRA labor requirements. And first of all, what is your understanding of what IRA stands for?
I believe that's I believe that's the Inflation Reduction Act.
Okay. And labor requirements, that's a defined term that we were looking at previously, correct?
Okay, yes.
And that term did not include the New Mexico apprenticeship requirements. Is that correct?
Yes, it did not.
Okay. So do you know why not? Like why you didn't have all this reporting requirements that you have for the labor requirements? Why you did not include them, the New Mexico Public Utility Act apprenticeship requirements as part of this?
I don't know. I don't know that.
Okay. All right, thank you. Lastly, let's turn to exhibit JWH-8, which I believe to be page 1139 of the 1184 page PDF.
Okay.
Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, and this is, I believe, the phase 2 memo, is that correct?
Yes, from Bates White, which is our independent evaluator.
Okay, and you're the sponsor for this exhibit though, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so turning to, there's a section that talks about non-price evaluation. Do you see that? Let me see. I apologize. I failed to write down the. Nope. Let me get you to the specific page before I ask you a question. Yes, I'm on, it's page 3 of 26.
Okay.
And I am actually. Yes, you see under on the where we have a large C project employment plan.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
So, that's one of the non-price factors. One of the things we wanted to make sure is they had a plan in place to comply with the apprentice program. In this particular definition right here, it's not only apprentices, but it's all New Mexico workforce, minority, and women-owned businesses.
And did each of the bidders, or at least each of the successful bidders, submit this project employment plan as part of the bidding process?
To my understanding, yes.
And are those plans part of this record of this proceeding?
I do not believe they are.
Okay. Do these plans form any part of the contract that PNM has with any of the builders or developers of these projects?
Could you ask that one more time?
Yeah, do the plans that were submitted by the successful bidders as part of the bidding process, including this project employment plan, form any part of the contract that PNM subsequently negotiated with the parties?
The plan that they proposed does not is not specifically identified in the exhibits in the contracts. We do specify, that they do have to comply as we just discussed.
Right. And did you review these project employment plans?
I myself and PNM witness Nagel, we did go through these plans.
Okay, and based on your review of those plans, do you have any reason to believe that any of the successful bidders for these projects would be unable to comply with the Public Utility Act apprenticeship requirements?
I don't want to speak on behalf of them, but I wouldn't see any reason why they could not comply with it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those were all the questions I had.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Borman.
I do not have any questions for this witness.
Okay. Any redirect?
Yes, just a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Mr. Heslop, you were asked about PNM exhibit JW6, the EPC contract. Do you recall about why a specific definition didn't include reference to the New Mexico apprenticeship requirements?
Yes.
And you were also asked questions about section 11.8 of the EPC contract. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And whether the definition includes reference to the New Mexico apprenticeship requirements, is that elsewhere in the contract? Is that covered in section 11.8?
I personally believe it does. I think that was the intent of the contract.
And I wanted to ask too, are there scenarios where a contractor might be relieved in whole or in part of the apprenticeship requirement? For example, if there weren't sufficient apprentices available?
I don't know the exact wording in the law, but I do believe it does say subject to availability of apprentices.
Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have no further questions. Witness is dismissed.
Thank you.
And that will bring us to our last witness for today, Mr. Heffington.
This will be moving into different witness and
Yep, no problem. Okay, I think we should be set. PNM, go ahead and call your witness.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. PNM calls Mr. Brent Heffington.
Mr. Heffington, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Heffington. Could you please state your name for the record?
It's Brent Heffington, Heffington.
With whom are you employed?
Public Service New Mexico.
And your job title with it?
I'm the Managing Director of Generation for PNM.
Do you have before you what's been labeled PNM Exhibit 12?
I do.
What is that?
It's my direct testimony in this case.
Was this prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Is it a true and accurate account to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any additions or corrections to that exhibit?
I had an errata that we filed.
All right. Do you recall what the what that correction was?
Yeah, so on page 21, line 12, we changed the value from 132,000. We changed it to 134,000.
And with that correction, if I asked you the same questions today, would the answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I move admission of PNM Exhibit 12 as corrected.
Okay. Request is for PNM Exhibit 12 to be admitted onto the record. Any objection? Hearing none, it is admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I present PNM witness Brent Heffington for cross-examination.
Okay, I believe we only have two parties for cross, and it'll go back to Mr. Curtis.
Thank you. Mr. Heffington, my name is Stephen Curtis. I'm representing the New Mexico Building Trades Commission, and I actually have only about 2 questions for you. First of all, were you present for the testimony of Mr. Heslop?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. So I think you know where I'm going with my questions, but if you wouldn't mind turning to page 30, page 13 of your direct testimony.
Okay.
Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay, so starting around line 14-ish, you talk about how the DEPCON agreement has provisions for complying with the New Mexico apprenticeship requirements under 62.13.60. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And I just want to make sure the DEPCON agreement is the one that I was asking questions about, which is JWH6. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And it's your belief that that contract compels compliance with the apprenticeship requirements under 62-13-16?
Yes, sir, that's my understanding.
Okay. Is there any monitoring or reporting that's required by that contract as it relates to apprenticeship usage?
There is, as I read through the contract, there was not any requirement for reporting, but it's in PNM's interest for that reporting to take place so that we can show compliance with the prevailing wage, paying the prevailing wage as well as the apprenticeship requirement so that we can qualify for the tax credit.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those were all the questions I had.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Borman.
Thank you. I have no questions for Mr. Heffington.
Okay. Any redirect?
No, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay. That witness is excused. That concludes our witness list for today. Appreciate everyone's professionalism. Let's do some quick housekeeping for tomorrow. Mr. Borman, regarding Mr. Dauphiné, are you still requesting your 15 minutes?
Yes, I may not use all 15, but yeah, I have questions for him.
Okay. Well, tomorrow we will start with Mr. Dauphiné. And then I believe I had Sidler and Dashino for staff. In the afternoon, Parks and Zigich. Any other housekeeping that anyone would like me to address, Mr. Curtis?
Thank you. I don't know if I need to do this, but I just want to alert you, since I have not had reserved any questions for the witnesses, I will request excusal from tomorrow's proceedings under the terms set forth in the order.
Yeah, excusal granted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other housekeeping? All right. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you.